Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome to our very special BC Election Night live stream. I'm your co-host, Sheila Gunn Reid, and right there waving is my friend Drea Humphrey, who is at BC Conservative HQ.
I'm at the main event, so you could call it the headquarters for the night. It's not taking place in their office, but it should be the perfect scene for everybody watching to see how election night for British Columbia's 43rd general election concludes. So I'm really excited. Those of you who've been following the race, you know that it's been neck and neck in pre-election polls between incumbent government BC NDP, who is led by David Eby, of course, and the contenders, once underdog Conservative Party of BC, led by John Rustad. And the third party in the race, the only other party, thanks to the former official opposition party, BC United, bowing out of the race about a month before the campaign drop, is the Green Party, led by Sonia Furstenau. So I'm looking very excited to see what happens tonight. And Sheila, you're looking mighty comfy over there with your Conservative government in Alberta. So it's good to have you. And I, what are you thinking from what you've been able to catch?
Do you know what? They're politicians, so I'm always prepared to be let down. But I'm very hopeful that BC residents are finally being mugged by reality. After so many years of an NDP government with the cost of living spiraling out of control, the opioid crisis, homelessness, public safety issues, maybe people will start to put together that those things are caused by progressive government policies in no small part, and maybe they'll cast their ballot the other way. But like I said, I'm always ready to be disappointed.
Yes, well, I've been holding my breath for a while now. It's time to breathe. And we're going to talk about some of those key election issues in British Columbia. We have a slew of special guests that you're not going to want to miss coming up. But first, in case you're new to our live streams, or who knows, maybe new to Rebel News entirely, you should know that we are truly independent. We don't take a penny from the state, from the Trudeau government, like over 95% of media in Canada. So what that means is we report for the people, and we're dependent on the people. So perhaps my favorite way that you could support us is becoming a part of this show. So during the live stream, if you hop on over to our friends at rumble.com, I think there's also, if you open the description box, if you're on YouTube or something, there should be a link. And you watch us over there. I call them friends because they don't censor us from bringing you the other side of the story. And you can do live chats there with a donation. I think if it's $5 or more, if you want to be more generous, we make an effort to read those. And of course, if you're chatting with others, it's going to be exciting in there in the chat in general. Sometimes we read those too. So please be a part of the show as we go on. I'm told, unlike, or I was watching, I should say, and an interview with someone from BC Elections, we should have the results, according to them, a little bit earlier than what is typical because of new the new way we're doing it, the new electronic system, which I'm squinting about. So I think we might have at least the first read of what's likely to happen around 8:39ish, but we will be there longer if we need to be.
That's surprising to me, but probably a relief to Olivia back in the studio in Toronto, who is a full 3 hours ahead of you. And if this thing goes, to the wee hours, then it's going to be a very, very late night for her on a Saturday at that. I just pulled up 338, which is, it's an amalgam of the polls, different polls, and then they sort of, I don't know how they weight them, and then they sort of project the outcome. And right now, 338 Canada has a BC NDP majority predicted. And they've got the NDP at 45 seats, at 45% of the popular vote projection. The BC Conservatives at 43% of the popular vote, which is, like you said, it's neck and neck, but it becomes the difference of where that percentage is coming from, right? And so, of course, the BC NDP will probably take more of the urban areas. The Greens will take 10%, which still feels high to me, and BC United, which completely collapsed, is back at 0%. I forget. I wrote down the seat projections: 50 for the NDP, 41 for the Conservatives, and 2 seats for the Greens. That's what 338 has them. Like I said, I'm ready for a disappointment. But the fact that the BC Conservatives are even remotely in contention, who are placed within like look at the margin of error. These are within the margin of error. 45% plus or minus 4%, 43% plus or minus 4%. So they are statistically neck and neck. The fact that the Conservatives are even somewhere near the BC NDP is astounding to me, since it's been a good century since you had a Conservative government.
1920s.
I mean, who counts the social credits? But I mean, it's been 100 years since you had a real live Conservative Party even getting a whiff at forming government, which is just a real testament, I think, to the BC or to the NDP in BC having to be attached to the federal NDP, who were propping up Justin Trudeau and all of his social policies. I think people see the straight line from NDP to Justin Trudeau.
Well, there's definitely something afoot. This election is unprecedented in many ways. Like you said, it's been since the 1920s since BC's had a Conservative government, and really since before 2022, they weren't running candidates. They, of course, ran a full slate this election. But there's other interesting things happening too. You mentioned the Green Party. It's possible that they might pick up a seat or two extra than they had before. They're not running a full slate. They picked key areas to focus on, like David Eby's Point Grey riding, for example. But because BC United has bowed out of the race, there could be some people that just can't support the NDP and how they've been doing, but maybe they feel they can't support the Conservatives anymore. So we might see some growth there, and even in some independent ridings. But what has happened, regardless of the outcome today, is completely, I would say, astonishing when you look at the Conservative Party. They've been rebranded. Rebel News was right there. I think the first time they ran a serious candidate who we're actually going to speak to, Harman Bangu, later on in this show. And they ran him in 2022. We've been there every step of the way. So it's a nail biter. But the polls, you never know. Another thing that's interesting, and I just shared a link, Olivia, if you want to show it. Right now in the Lower Mainland, especially in some other areas, there is a real big weather issue happening, if we want to show our viewers. But there are floods all over the place. A person in my family is a plumber who said, I don't know if I'm going to get to vote. I have to deal with all these floods. And statistically, Conservatives, believe it or not, they tend to vote on voting day, whereas NDP voters are more likely to head to the advance polls. So who knows if that's going to play into such a tight race, not to mention BC Elections has reported that this has been the highest amount of advance votes they've ever seen in BC history. So the question is that people coming out to stop the bad far right, as the mainstream media and David Eby has been trying to paint the Conservatives, or is that people who have had enough with some of the many problems in BC, like you mentioned?
And I'm glad you mentioned the Greens, because David Eby really made the Greens mad this week, because he put out a statement encouraging BC Green voters to basically not waste a vote and cast a ballot for the NDP, because he wants to stave off the surging Conservatives, and he doesn't want the vote split. But as we know from Premier Horgan's government, it doesn't matter, because the Greens joined with the NDP. Weaver's NDP had 2 seats, I think, and they joined with Horgan to basically steal the legislature from Christy Clark. Although, what would be significantly different from Christy Clark and John Horgan, except nothing. So I don't really know why it mattered. But I mean, they could be a major player if it's really close and the NDP don't get over that majority territory. The NDP might rely on the Greens to be kingmakers like they have in the past.
Yes, it's going to be really exciting. I'm also curious to see what would happen in ridings where you have an independent who's very conservative minded, like Corinne Maury. Oh my goodness, what riding is she as? I don't want to get it wrong. I think it's Nelson, BC. I'm going to quickly look up, so don't mind the eye contact. But many of our viewers know who Nurse Corinne Maury is. She's one of the most outspoken nurses. Maybe we can look up her riding. And she has been running as an independent after gaining a lot of trust. There she is, from a lot of people. So she's out there in Kootenay Central. About a month ago, I had spoke to different people. Every time they mentioned they were in that riding, I thought, what are your thoughts on Corinne Maury versus the Conservatives? And they all said it's going to be a tough one. So that, you never know. Sometimes it could end up being NDP instead of going to either or.
Yeah, I'm just looking it up right now. And in Central, 338, although again, this is all just nonsense and none of the ballots have been counted, but Kootenay Central 338 has it going to it's NDP leaning, but not NDP in the bank.
Okay, well, there you go. Maybe that's what happened there. Well, I don't know what I anticipate. I'd love to hear in the comments. I don't know if you guys are already tuning in or going in on the live chats, but make sure you put your predictions here as we continue to do that. Oh, there's the flooding. I don't know if you saw it, but it's really bad out here. So I would think if you're an elderly person or something like that, you're just not going to vote. Although I do see, also new to BC, they are allowing phone votes, believe it or not. And
phone?
Over the phone, it says if you are away and you can't get there, you can do it over the phone. But the question is, how do they know it's actually you? They don't say anything about, having to Skype or anything like that. So, yeah, that's kind of weird, but
how do they plan
BC.
to confirm?
We do things very oddly. So
I just don't understand how they would confirm that it is you. Am I frozen again?
Did I go mute? Can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. I was frozen there for a bit. I don't know what's happening.
Or were you shocked about the phone votes?
Well, I am shocked about the phone votes. How are they supposed to confirm that it is you over the phone?
Well, not only that, you could, if there's people who maybe have registered before, but they can't vote anymore. Maybe you have a family member who's elderly, they have dementia or something. You could vote. You could call in and vote, right? Under them. So you never know. But anyways, I don't think it would be enough to actually, sway things overall. Oh, there we go.
Oh, here it is. Elections BC assisted telephone voting is available for voters in emergency or exceptional circumstances who are not otherwise able to vote. So bad weather be damned, I guess. Voters
and
in
that's what we're having right now.
Yeah.
That's exactly what's happening.
I'm of both minds here. I don't know if this is a great idea, but it is, I guess, a good workaround in a pinch. And then, apparently it's dislike that is the problem.
Yeah. All right. I think we have an ad coming up. Is that
Yes, we
right?
do. Yeah, we do. We have some sponsorships on the live stream, which helps us keep the lights on because, as our viewers know, we are not at all involved in any sort of Justin Trudeau handout like our friends in the mainstream media, those panhandlers in the mainstream media. We rely on the support of you at home. And I think it keeps us honest and it keeps us connected to our fan base and our viewer base, and it keeps us connected to the issues that matter to you. So, if you'd like to get involved and support the work that we do at Rebel News completely willingly, go on over to Rumble. If you're watching us on YouTube, you should know, censorship platform, right? So we're demonetized there. Go to Rumble, leave us something called a Rumble rant. That's your paid chat. If it's over $5 US, we'll read it on air. But we also read the free ones and the funny under $5 chats all the time. So don't let that be the bar for entry. We also take sponsorships along the way through our friends at Rumble. And this one is from stickerpack.com. And the best part about this is I'm supposed to remind you that this. So, are you ready to show your support in style? Sticker Mule has a fantastic offer just for you. For a limited time, you can grab free Trump stickers. Yes, you heard that right. Free Trump stickers. Sounds so fun. I love to sticker up my laptop. Whether you want to decorate your laptop, okay, that's me, car or office space, these high quality durable stickers are perfect for making a statement. Just imagine how great they'll look, and there's to apply. Here's how it works. Head over to, are you listening? Stickerpack.com. Sign up and claim your free stickers and watch the fun unfold. Don't miss out on this exclusive offer. Stock is limited, so act fast, spread the word. Heard with Sticker Mule's awesome stickers. Once again, visit StickerPack, that's PAC.com today and grab your free Trump stickers before they're gone. And I am once again frozen.
Well, that's okay. One of the other things that has really stood out to me this whole entire time, and I've done some reports on it, it has been the smear campaign. So
Yes.
if any of you, have seen my reports, I mean, there's always some smearing, but I've done reports on how it's not even smears, it's just lies. And it's coming from one direction. I'm laughing, but it's not funny. You either choose to laugh or cry sometimes. So it will be really interesting to see how British Columbians are handling that. We've had, the last 4 years, there's been an extreme amount of bias in the mainstream media, which at one point used to be your neutral zone that you would go to. And now they just pretend they're neutral and only put out one narrative. One example was the claim that has gone internationally. And when I say internationally, I mean within our province, speaking to people who can't speak English very well. And that is the claim that the NDP just fabricated out of thin air that the Conservative Party of BC is going to make a $4.1 billion cut to healthcare. And when you say a claim like that, when we are having a healthcare crisis, which is short staff, overburden, nobody's got a doctor, cancer patients are literally unplugging themselves, as we've reported, from the machines and hopping on and going over to Washington. And the EB government, since last May, because it got so bad for cancer patients, has put about $16 million into having some cancer patients go over there for things like radiation. So that is a very damning claim that people today believe because of the NDP. But here's the thing. The Conservatives never said it. They never said it once.
Yeah.
In fact, they said the opposite. They said they're going to be putting in more money to it and innovation, which is sort of the universal healthcare that gives people the option of private options as well. So,
you know what? David Eby can shut his big yap about private healthcare since he utilizes it by using the healthcare system in Washington to artificially reduce the wait lists in his province. So he knows private healthcare works because he sends BC residents to it in Washington state. Now, Olivia tells me we've got a guest waiting in the wings, which means I'm going to say goodbye. Maybe I'll go restart the router and we're going to hit an ad break and then we'll bring the guest in with you, Drea. So
sounds
goodbye
good.
for a little bit.
What if governments are trying to reinvent the wheel when the greatest teacher of all times has already laid out the perfect blueprint for a constitution for a kingdom of love, faith, and freedom? Introducing the Kingdom of Heaven Freedom Passport. This special edition Freedom Passport captures the foundational truths of love, ethics, and freedom for all. It's a powerful reminder of Jesus' call to love one another and to be part of something bigger that you can carry with you every day. Join the movement, share the truth, and spread the love with your family and friends. Get your Kingdom of Heaven Freedom Passport at freedompassport.ca. And right now, all orders in North America come with free shipping and a free downloadable song with every purchase. What if
I'm in Brazil, so I'm using a VPN to get on the internet. What's a VPN? It stands for a virtual private network, and you get around these government firewalls. Suddenly, the president of Brazil banned his whole country from going on Twitter. It was a political censorship news. I've downloaded the VPN from a company called PIA VPN. We've teamed up with them at Rebel, and it's a great deal. I got on the internet really quickly, safely, and even I'm a bit of a technophobe. I managed to figure it out with 2 clicks. And here's the great news. If you go to piavpn.com/rebel news, not only do you get a big discount, but they pay us a bit of a commission too. Everyone's a winner. Your freedom, your VPN, and a little bit of cash coming to support Rebel News. I'm using it myself to get around the censors in Brazil. You can use it too. That's piavpn.com/rebel news. I'm in Brazil, so I'm using a VPN.
All right, many of you know her as a very familiar face, especially when it comes to conservatism in British Columbia. She goes by Cat Canada. She is also working with the Counter Signal. I'll read it so I don't understate who you are. Managing editor and social media director over at the Counter Signal. And you're definitely a social media personnel, and you are a very caring mother from what I can see. Thanks for being on Rebel News.
Thanks for having me, Drea. It's nice to see you.
Yes, I'm here at the event here, and I wanted to speak to you. I think people would be interested in general because you yourself, let's start with where you come from. You come from a communist country, and one of the things that have been said, I think of Chip Wilson, for example, his sign is calling the NDP government, the BC NDP communist. So I kind of wanted to get your thoughts about if communism is starting to come in Canada. Is that something you think?
Well, there's definitely warning signs, Drea. I know, obviously, you will be completely aware of the censorship bills that are being rammed down Canadians' throats by the federal government. There's a lot of socialist policies, and you can see the disaster that it is here in our province of British Columbia. During the lockdowns, we had government telling us we can't leave our homes, that we can't go to church, et cetera, et cetera. So I have been noticing this for a while. I'm a huge fan of Jordan Peterson, and he has said it quite perfectly when he said they will infringe on you just a little bit at a time, just until you protest, and then they'll step back, and then they'll do it repeatedly, and then you'll end up 1,000 steps back wondering how in the heck you got here. And that's what I feel is happening. And we need a change here. We need a push for freedom. We need to toss out the NDP. I hope that's going to happen. So, yeah.
Well, as I said earlier, many people have come out to vote. We'll see what happens tonight. And we know it's probably going to be close, but is it enough? We don't know. What about, I was going to ask a different question. It's gone from my head. Sorry, guys. I can hear more things happening in the background than you can probably hear. This is a close race, as you know, so let's get your predictions. We know what you want, but what do you think about how tight it is? What does it mean to you that many people have already come out to the polls ahead of today?
Yeah, so the thing that stands out to me the most, Drea, is I'm online a lot. I'm terminally online. My friend Brittany, who's been a huge, part of this campaign in the last few weeks, pushing for the BC Conservatives. The thing that we noticed the most is there is a lot of people who have literally never voted before in their life, that are BC residents, who are showing up to the polls to vote for the Conservatives, because they have just completely been disillusioned by what's going on in our province. Rent is high, gas is insane, food is unaffordable, tent cities everywhere, drugs, needles, poverty, etc. So people who have never voted are showing up to vote. So that's incredible. Another thing I've noticed, people who come to my Twitter page to either support or interact with my content, they're coming to me and they're sending me messages saying, you know, I previously voted Liberal. I previously was a hardcore, lifelong NDP voter. And they're telling me that they're out there knocking on doors, you know, volunteering for the Conservative candidates in their ridings. And it's just incredible to witness. I don't know if I have enough information to make like a solid prediction, but I am hopeful. My thought is the BC Conservatives are going to get in with a razor thin margin. That's my amateur prediction for tonight.
I know, who knows? I'll just let you guys know they handed me some spiced edamame. They're keeping it classy over here in the Conservatives. I won't eat that yet. But yeah, it has been an absolute nail biter. And I know that you're up there in the thick of it when it comes to being on X. That is really the town hall where people can see all sides, how people thinking about the NDP, how are they thinking about the Conservatives. And one of the things that stood out to me, I know I did one report on it. I actually caught them in the action, which was NDP supporters coming out and destroying signs. And there was another video by the Conservatives. I think it's the president with the Conservatives. Don't quote me if I'm wrong. And Angelo, he caught people or someone doing that as well. And his remark was, well, I'll take the consequence. It would be better than having a climate denier in government. And of course, that was a dig at John Rustad. What do you make of the many names in the smear campaign that John Rustad has gotten? He's been called an anti-vaxxer despite being triple vaccinated, a conspiracy theorist for comments he made that, of course, they took out of context when it comes to the cricket plant, the largest cricket plant in the world being in Ontario. He's, some people think he's going to cut healthcare, and there's just been so much. What's your thoughts on all that?
Well, it's all very tired and predictable. We know that this is their absolute only defense against, that's the only way to attack Rustad, is by saying he's a conspiracy theorist and all the things that you just mentioned. It's ridiculous. It's hilarious to witness. I view it basically as them having a temper tantrum because they can't argue with him on the merits. So they have to attack his character. They have to sling mud. They have to hurl every, epithet possible at him just to try to discredit him. But it's not working. People are showing up. People are waking up to the fact that NDP is a huge disaster for this province. Rent insanely high, home ownership completely unattainable for anyone. They're extending mortgages up to 30 years now just to try and get people into homes. So it's one big disaster under the NDP. People are realizing it. NDP voters are turning away from BC NDP. They're turning to Conservative, and I'm hoping that this is a sign of hope for our province here on the West Coast.
Well, the BC NDP has actually, I don't think they've ever had a third term. So even if they do win, it's unprecedented for them in that way as well. And we could see that there was definitely some fear, not just through the smear campaign, but this was quite, I didn't get a chance to report on this. I mean, it was a full-time job ×3 keeping up with the election, but also the fact that the BC NDP brought legal action against the Conservative Party. Did you hear about that? They wanted to make sure, they're so terrified of the Conservative name that they wanted to have it so that it didn't just say Conservative Party and then your local MLA candidate. They were like, no, you need to put BC in front of it. And they lost. They weren't able to do it. If you go and you vote, which of course I've done, you've done, it says the Conservative Party on there as well. In closing, I guess I ask, if we don't see the Conservative government come over, if we still have an NDP majority, What do you think people who are desperate for change, what does that mean to them? What's the next steps for people on the ground?
So I think what they'll mean is we will see a lot more people becoming more active in the next one. I know that the disillusioned voters, like I mentioned before, that voted for in the BC NDP previously, have turned up to volunteer to vote for Conservative, first time voting for Conservative. So I think we'll see a lot more of that in leading up to the next one if the Conservatives don't get in here in BC this time around, because I think they're starting to understand that it's extremely important to actually exercise their democratic right to vote. Because I've read a statistic, I hope it's true, don't quote me like down to the percentage, but I've read that only 54% of eligible voters in BC turned up in the last election. I'm guessing that number is going to be much higher this time around. And if it's not enough to get the BC Conservatives in, hopefully next time around, it'll mean a much bigger push from everyone to get out, to knock on doors, to volunteer, to spread the word, to tell their relatives and friends to get out and vote. At the very least, vote, because I believe every vote does matter. So, yeah.
Well, actually, even if there is a Conservative government, I would hope the people stay very involved as well after the election and hold them accountable to their common sense commitments and promises. Well, thank you so much, Cat Canada. She's very active on X if you want to keep up with what she's been up to latest. Always a pleasure.
Thanks for having me, Drea.
All right, so in case you're wondering, how come it looks like nobody's here? The actual event that I'm at starts at 8 p.m. PST, so it doesn't actually officially start for about 20 minutes. I am told that John Rustad will be here at some point, so as you can see, I'm literally right in front of the stage, so I will shut up at that point and make sure you guys can hear him good, or maybe we'll just find another way from the producers. But Cat Canada is a pleasure to talk to. She's definitely been an outspoken voice in BC, and she gets a lot of flack from it, of course. I feel like these days when you're standing up for normalcy. I'm just gonna look here to see where we are at with everything. So excuse my eyes. Maybe we have some comments, do we? Oh, we have this comment. I feel vain reading it out loud. Oh my gosh. I paid them to say this. Miss Stacy Lynn says, Drea, you look really beautiful tonight. My husband agrees. Oh, thank you. Full disclosure, I watched a YouTube video about how to do my makeup. I should have watched a Rumble one if they have it, but thank you very much. In case you're just tuning in and you want to be part of the show, you can go to rumble.com and go to our Rebel News channel and engage in Rumble rants. And with a donation, we try to read it, but we keep up to everything as well. I think we have another guest that's about to come on. Are we ready for that?
Hey.
Oh, you're already there. Okay, good. You're probably like, shut up, stop talking. All right, everybody. Joining us now is Harman Bangu. He is the Conservative MLA candidate out in Langley. So tell us how you're feeling. You have ran the race, and tonight is the night.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Our team's been working hard. It's been a long time. I had a nomination as well, so it's been pretty go all year, but I'm pretty confident. We've been working really hard. Team's just phenomenal. As you know, right, with the volunteers, with all the water, with the rain today, they really gave it their all.
Oh, they still went out there. And tell us a little bit about what it has been like when you're knocking on doors or your people are knocking. What has the feedback been like?
The feedback is real. People really want some change. Just knocking on the doors, people are telling me like they're having kids in sports. They can't put it. It's not the registration fee anymore. It's the gas price for the, taking them to the practices all week long, driving into games. They're not just here in Langley. They're in Chilliwack. They're in Mission, Coquitlam. They're like, the registration's $100, $150, but the gas bills stack up to way more than that. It's really tough for a lot of people out there. Affordability issues, housing, like we're going to try and build some houses right now. You look at the energy cost. I look at your own home bills. Look at the carbon tax on there. Now you look at some of the big providers that are going to build all the materials that you need for building homes, infrastructure, and all that price is just going to be passed on to the consumer. A lot of people have a lot of concerns.
Absolutely. I think British Columbia is the most expensive for both renters and new home buyers. So why don't you talk a little bit about what your party has promised when it comes to that?
Yeah, with the homes right now, like scrapping the carbon tax, right away you're going to see a lot of difference in material building costs, transportation costs, and you're going to see a lot of wage competitiveness too. When employers are making a little more of a profit, they're going to dish out a little more to lock down the good key employees, which is a good thing.
And then you also have the Rustad rebate. I know he makes a little joke every time he has to say that. He says they told him to call it that, but essentially, if that goes through, it will give quite a big tax break for house expenses. Now, I think the first time you and I met was back in 2022. And I would say you were one of the first candidates that were run in a by-election for the Conservative Party after the rebranding happened and the party started to try to win, I guess. So why don't you tell us then, from that perspective, about this rapid growth and popularity the party has had?
Yeah, well, actually, I was involved a little earlier when, Aaron Gunn was disqualified for the BC Liberal leadership. That was kind of the writing on the wall. I felt there was no home over there and we needed to start something. And a group of us got together and started Common Sense BC. It kind of took wave and we ended up getting involved with the Conservative Party of BC, ended up getting a board in there, starting off fresh. I ran as the new candidate in Surrey South, and it went pretty good. It was a great learning experience. I learned a lot from that and was able to adjust things and run a fairly good campaign. I feel I'm really proud of my team.
That's right. For those of you watching who don't know the connection, Harman just brought up about Aaron Gunn. Aaron Gunn is a documentarian. He's actually the candidate for Powell River riding for the Conservative Federals now, but he was running in the leadership race with BC United, the former opposition party led by Kevin Falcon. And all these rumors swirled about him. And of course, the left pushed and BC United caved and Aaron Gunn was out. So you're saying that was a pivotal moment for you. What do you think is also some of the failures that BC United had before they fell?
It's just going along with the woke mob. There was nothing different from the NDP or them. They weren't going to get rid of the carbon tax, speak out about a lot of the stuff that's going on in the schools. And just a lot of people, when I was there talking to other members, they weren't really active. They weren't motivated to help. So I felt like there was a good chance right now, Conservative wave coming in federally, provincially, and it was good timing.
All right. Well, let us know where you're going to be tonight. Are you watching from home, from family? Are you going to a local event? Are you coming here? Let us know.
Right now, I'm just hanging out with the office with the people who helped me get here. I think it's important. Like, I want to run for the people. I wanted to be here with all my volunteers, supporters, people who supported me all along this journey. I think it's best I spend my time with the people here with them. Then later on, I might come down and join you for a little bit.
Well, we'll see what happens. Thank you very much. That is Conservative MLA candidate for Langley, Harman Bangu. And we'll update everybody on what happens in your riding later on tonight.
Thank you very much, Dre. I always appreciate coming and talking to you in Rebel News. Thank you.
All right. I think we have a quick ad and then we will be back with more.
Why should you join Canada's National Firearms Association? We currently have one of the most aggressively anti-firearm governments in our nation's history, promoting fear and placing blame like never before. Our rights, freedoms, culture, and heritage, it's all on the line. But we are fighting back, and there is strength in numbers. We work within the law to change the law, to defend competitors, hunters, collectors, and other law-abiding firearms owners. We can get through this. We've done it before, and we'll do it again, if you are with us. Canada's National Firearms Association. Freedom, safety, responsibility.
It wasn't always like this. When did everything change?
We want freedom!
have a valid court order here today to vacate everyone from the building.
Bye, Daddy.
I don't think anyone would call it a democracy.
An historic church in northern Alberta has been destroyed by fire. Major shortage of that, and the cost of living has skyrocketed.
Shame on you!
Is anyone going to push back? There are rebels among us, strong and free, rejecting the new normal, unwilling to be silenced. So what is a rebel?
A journalist.
A farmer.
A hunter.
A father.
A mother. A student.
A real female athlete.
A patriot.
Bold, fearless, and unconventional. Rebels rise up.
Small fringe minority.
Hello, everyone. This is Sheila Orr. Now, Sheila's been on Rebel News before. It's great to have her back. She's a former MLA with the BC Liberals, who are now called BC United, and she is a federal Liberal who isn't afraid to be on Rebel News. So thanks for being back.
Happy to be here.
That's great. So last time you joined us, and despite your political affiliation, you gave commentary on why you believe the Conservatives were going to take away this election. Do you still feel this way now on the final night?
I do, and I've watched the campaign, and it hasn't been the best campaign, I have to tell you. Today is not good. I mean, the weather is hindering those last-minute voters. Although. Yes. I listened to the talking heads, and they're all saying this, but they're not talking about the massive advance voting, the biggest ever seen in British Columbia. So, yeah, the weather will have a hindrance for sure, but definitely there has been a lot of advanced voting. So, no, I'm still sticking to what I believe in. And, there are moments where I looked at the way the campaign was running and some of the errors that Rust had made on particularly 5 candidates that I picked out. And I thought, no, I still think he's going to pull it off.
Wow. Now you do a lot of political analyzing, but I want to circle back to your mention, and we've talked about it already on the live stream, but what do you make of the advanced polling and so many people turning out? Why is that?
Well, I think advanced polling is very interesting. The NDP have a very set amount of people that vote for them. It's standard, 33%. So they might have gone to the advanced polls. They always vote. I don't think they rush out and vote because they think, oh, we could lose. They're going to vote anyway. I think the Conservatives were the ones that pushed the advanced voting. I think a lot of people voted that have been very frustrated, perhaps didn't vote last time. And I'm thinking that they just said, no, we're going to go now. We're going to vote now. And I believe that the advanced voting is definitely a more conservative swing than an NDP swing. I mean, there's so many talking heads out there this evening. I'm sure you've listened to them all, and everybody has an opinion, and everyone says it's the most dramatic election they've ever seen. Well, yeah, it is. But let's go back to Christy Clark, when she could never win. Well, she was a landslide. And so I think it's all going to be who turns up to vote and how effective people are. And I look at it this way. Most people today are broke. They're broke. They're saying, we're not going out for dinner, just can't afford it. I'm not going to take in a movie. Maybe we're going to let our Netflix go. Oh no, the kid's not going to do soccer this year. I hear these conversations all the time. People are broke. The province is broke.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people say, well, hang on. The NDP have been in for 7 years. They've had our checkbook. They got that $2.7 billion to start with. They had that money in the bank.
Yeah.
But now we're just whipping it up to 9 billion, where we are broke. There's no other word for it. And I think when people look at this election with common sense, there's a whole bunch of stuff out there, that gets pushed into elections and how people feel, and it's common sense. I'm broke.
Yeah.
The province is broke. The NDP have been in for 7 years, and they've done this, and they've had my checkbook. So
yeah.
I think you've got to give the voting public credit for looking at things much more clearly than we do as people involved in the political arena.
I think you're right.
We thrash it to death. We've all got. I've been, as I said, I've been watching the talking heads tonight, and I chuckle to myself. I'm thinking, hang on a minute, you're not the average voter. The average voter just went and picked up the groceries at the store. And some saw the debate. An awful lot didn't.
Yeah.
It's not all those thousands of people watching. They were probably watching something on, as I say, Netflix or a Prime Video. And all I know is that they went to the store last night and picked up their groceries and went, "Oh my God, this is so expensive."
I think you're absolutely.
That's just your average voter.
Sorry. I think I got a little delay. So I keep thinking, I'm not trying to be rude. I think you're done and you're not. So sorry about that. But the other day I got a bag of grapes and it was $17 for organic green grapes. And I said, put them back because that's crazy. So I think you're right. That is the average voter there. I've heard the question be asked. A lot of people say, and the Conservatives say this too, what has become better in BC since the NDP's been in power? I'm going to ask you, you said that you think there's been a poor campaign on the Conservatives. You mentioned some candidates that I guess you're saying were a mistake to run. What do you think of David Eby's campaign? How did they do? Was it good? Was it bad?
The NDP always run good campaigns. We cannot take that away from them. I'd like to, but I can't. Let's be honest. They're efficient. They've done it for a long time. Don't forget they have a ton of workers. The unions come in, the union workers come in and back them. They are efficient, and they know what they're doing, and that's why they always get their 33%. But they don't win necessarily. They run these great campaigns because they bring that solid vote in. But they've run a good campaign. I just think that, as I said before, I think there's a wave. I think that wave of people are just regular folk on the street that just will look at this with much more common sense. Plus, there's that frustration, of, I'm fed up of feeling unsafe. I'm fed up of hearing about, tent cities and poverty. And there always has to be a social safety net. It doesn't matter whether you're conservative or whether you're not. You always have to have a social safety net for those folks that really need it. Now, there are a lot of folks out there that don't really need it.
That's true. Now, you say BC is broke in many ways. I did a little thread on X where I said to people, put an image or a meme or a screenshot of an article that illustrates why you're going to vote for who you vote for. And it was overwhelmingly means for Conservative. Maybe that's just who follows me. But some of the things were quite shocking. Like one thing, and I've reported on this before, the average or the number one killer for a 10-year-old in this province is overdoses. That is insane. And of course, cost of living. Now let's talk about promises. Nobody can hold their breath for any of the promises being said by any of these leaders, if you ask me. But what do you make of the campaign pledges? Who's got a better plan or not in some of the key areas? Let's say fighting crime and addiction, maybe, and then also health affordability.
Obviously the NDP have the edge because they are the governing party, and they also have the budget. Now, I sat on Treasury Board for 4 years, so I hate to say this, but it is all about the money. It's all about the money. It's like, how much do we have and how can we spend it? So the NDP are promising lots and lots and lots of goodies, better healthcare, better education, better streets, better everything. fine. Yeah, that's great. But you're actually got a $9 billion deficit. So how do you figure you're going to do that? And the NDP slogan I thought was kind of interesting. It's an action plan for you. Well, okay. So what happened? Did you have one before? And secondly, this is a quote right from Edie's statement out of his platform. Families are worrying about putting food on the table.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're giving us all these promises. You're talking about all the extra money you're going to put into different services, which you're not going to do because you're not going to have the money. But on the other hand, you're saying families can't feed their families.
Yeah.
So his platform is a total contradiction in terms. It does not match up to the financial deficit they're in, the financial horror they're in. I mean, seriously, their practices and their whole understanding of fiscal responsibility is in la la land. I mean, Edie is a socialist.
Yeah.
He believes everybody should be the same. Well, I'm a liberal, and I do believe in the social agenda. I really do. But you know what? Everybody's not the same. You can't just say to somebody that's worked 50 years in their lives and put money aside, go to hell. Oh, well, you know what? You're going to share that. You know, I've got my family to take care of, and I saved that money, and I worked hard. I'm not going to share it all. I believe that some of the government money should be my money, not government money. I don't want to say that. I do believe that my money doesn't need to go to those who need. But, you know, we need a way better plan. Now, Rustad's plan is, everybody says, well, he just came up, you know, with a quick plan at the end. Oh, he's in opposition.
Yeah.
He knows one thing, and that is the slogan, the common sense change. You know what that is? Cutting back red tape. You know, making sure that the healthcare dollars are being spent properly. I'm going to tell you something. I have a very good friend in town here who is a very big developer. Now, I'm not talking small time. I'm talking big. He develops in Alberta, in Saskatchewan, and here. He said to me this week, well, I put everything on hold until Saturday. And if on a Sunday we have an NDP government, I'm stopping everything.
Oh.
It's a pretty simple statement. Now, with stopping everything, we're talking construction jobs, and everyone says, oh, no, you know, we can't get construction workers. Well, of course we can't. First of all, they can't afford to be here. And secondly, why would you be here if they're going to take their businesses to Alberta? They'll just go back to Alberta or to Saskatchewan, or right now, the Maritimes is a problem. So I'm sure I'm as frustrated as many other people. I mean, I've been in the House. I've watched the governments in power, and I've watched everybody promises. You know, you're lucky to get a quarter of the promises they say. But by the same token, we need a major change in this province. A major change. Now, the Conservatives will bring it. I mean, I do believe they will have teething problems at the beginning. I have no doubt they will. But there's going to be enough business people and enough businesses that are going to wake up and say, okay, we're going to get back to work. And the banks, you know, the banks have all the money right across the country. They have all the money, but people forget the banks will look at British Columbia and say, oh, hang on, the NDP are back. You think we're going to lend you money in a province that you could actually, your business could go down? You could lose. No, banks don't care. They just lend out money. They want to make sure that their investment and their investors are taken care of. And that's what will happen. It's
last question. Last question would be some of the promises that the Conservative are making, like cutting the carbon tax, the Rustad rebate on homes, and then the critique is, how are you going to be able to afford that? And Rustad doesn't always explain it. He says he's going to make our economy more profitable. What do you make of that? Cutting back on things that are going to make it more affordable, but how does the government afford that?
I think if you go back to Gordon Campbell when he won, and I was in his government, and I have a lot of respect for Gordon. We're not the best of friends. I mean, I didn't agree with quite a lot of what he did, actually. But he and Gary Collins at the time, they jumped in there and they said, right, we're going to cut red tape. What we're going to do absolutely everything we can do to encourage businesses to come back into town and spend their money and basically, bring their taxes with them. And I think the carbon tax, I think Russ said he's got to do that. He'll open up the doors to LNG. There will be some issues, but when you have a conservative government or you have a free enterprise government that comes back into power, then you can negotiate with businesses that want to come back. And I know he'll do that.
Well, always a pleasure to chat with you. We'll have to chat some more, and it's about 3 minutes until the polls officially close.
I know. I can't wait. So if I win, we'll speak later.
Exactly. Take care.
Okay. Thank you. Take care.
All right. Well, Sheila Orr correctly predicted the Trump election that nobody think was going to happen, and the Christy Clark one. So who knows? Will the Conservatives take a win? Will we see a blue wave? Now, we do have a couple of chats to read, and for those of you who are tuning in, one of the ways you help us keep the lights on at Rebel News, we don't take any money from state media. We are totally funded by the people, is participate in this live stream on rumble.com. If you do a Rumble chat there with a donation, that helps cover our journalism. And
oh, it looks like we lost Drea, but she was reminding you all that if you want to get involved in the show, and now's a great time because apparently I have nobody to talk to, consider making a Rumble rant. If you are watching us on YouTube, head on over to Rumble. Rumble Rant is their paid chat over there. And we'll do our best to address your query, comment, story idea live on the show. We already have a few of those rolling in. We've got a Rumble Rant from Billy. Is it Billy Howard? Billy Howard, $2. Says first election using Dominion counters. I looked. I can't see if they are Dominion counters or not. So just
they are.
Know that.
They are
they
Dominion counters. I asked when I went. They said Dominion. They gave me a little pamphlet. I should have grabbed it on the way. But yes, they are.
You know what? I looked up what these things are doing or what they will do. And I do know that Elections Canada issued a statement for some reason saying they don't use Dominion counters. So
interesting.
See that as well. Anyways,
yeah.
Billy Howard confirms what Drea confirms. His first election using Dominion counters. Ballot taker at my polling place told me they will not hand count later to compare the machine's data. Okay, if they told you that, that's not what it says on the Elections BC website. I already did poking around while Drea was talking to the guests. Why not do a post-election hand audit fortification? Well, here's what I found. So this is why you're going to get your election results so fast. Tabulators also instantly will tell you if your ballot cannot be read so that you can make a correction. So the tabulators are not connected to the internet. Physical access to the tabulators is limited to election officials and controlled through a chain of custody. Tabulators, this is according to Elections BC. So I'm just reading what they say. I can neither confirm nor deny the veracity of it. Tabulators are tested before and after being used. These tests are observed by the candidate and party representatives. Tabulators are not voting machines. They simply count voter-marked ballots and provide results on a paper results tape. Voter-marked ballots are the gold standard. Paper ballots are the gold standard because a paper ballot cannot be hacked. All ballots are retained after they're counted, which allows Elections BC to audit the results or perform recounts. And in close races, ballots are recounted by hand. So they do retain the ballots for auditing. I hope maybe that puts some people's mind at ease, or maybe you don't believe Elections BC. But all I did was read the website. We've got another chat from Rockford. RSC says, thanks, Drea. Thanks, Sheila. All right, we've got just another quick just a loose end we need to tie up here, and that's a message from our friends at 1775 Coffee. Rumble, Chris Pavlovsky, recently released an email from Inspire Brands and Dunkin' Donuts. And this is what really gets me, because Dunkin' is the blue collar donut company in the United States. It's the Tim Hortons of the United States. The email explicitly states the right-wing culture of Rumble is too polarizing. You mean just letting people talk? It's too polarizing for Dunkin' Donuts. In other words, Dunkin' Donuts has a problem with right-wing culture and wants nothing to do with it or Rumble. Or, I guess, you, by extension, right? You as the consumer who may have one of those icky conservative ideas in your head before you drink some coffee. So here's the solution. Stop buying products that don't support you and start supporting brands that support you. The competing coffee brand that we all need to get behind is Rumble's own 1775 Coffee. For a limited time, Rumble is offering buy 2 bags of coffee, get 1 free. Wow. Go to 1775coffee.com, enter promo code Duncan, which is just to get this limited time deal. That's 1775coffee.com, and the promo code is Duncan for buy 2 bags, get one for free. Okay. Let me see. We Red Rockfords. The polls have just closed now, I believe, and we have lost Drea. So who knows what's going on? But the polls are closed, and I found Sheila Orr very interesting, not just because it's interesting to find somebody with the same first name as me. Very few Sheilas out there, especially in my age range. But you know how she, even though she is a federal liberal, she still sees the political advantage of John Rustad wanting to fight the carbon tax in British Columbia. That was, I appreciate the honesty there, that the carbon tax is killing people, and it's making literally everything more expensive, from the gas in your car to the electricity at the switch to the clothes in the store to Drea's $20 bag of grapes. Like, everything is more expensive now. Hockey is more expensive. Putting your kids in hockey is more expensive because running a rink is an energy intensive operation. Everything is more money. Okay. We've got one more Rumble rant from Miss Stacy Lynn, $5. Says, Elections BC told me Dominion tabulators with Ethernet ports are being used, but assured me they were not connected to the internet until they send in the results. Who is at the other end calculating it? I don't know. It's a great question. But yeah, that's I guess I guess that matches up with what's on Elections BC website, is that they're not connected to the internet and thus not hackable. But yes, who is tabulating the results? I guess, the parties have their people there as observers as the results are being tabulated, calculated, aggregated, I guess. So I don't know. I don't know. What can we do now? I guess is the question. What can we do now about it? I think we've got Drea back. Drea, thanks for coming back. I was having trouble regging the puck there.
I feel like that movie, The Sixth Sense or something, because I was on here. I could see you.
I know, I could see you.
I could see myself, but I was like, what happened? But as you can see, it's starting to live up behind me because the voting is out. So there are people who are starting to gather. They've got some of the first polling already happening on the screen. I don't know if we can pull it up better because I don't want to move my setting and everything like that, but it's begun. I'm so excited and so nervous. I should have brought a box of tissue and a champagne bottle as well. I'll let you guess which one I would have needed depending on who. Thank you.
I'm filled with trepidation. Optimism, but trepidation is where I'm at.
Exactly. There's a lot of people wearing blue, and they've got their food and their snacks out and everything like that. So I don't know. I think I tend to agree. I'll give I think we are going to see a conservative government. I hope and I see it. There are so many things that would be so vindicating if we see a conservative government. And again, I'm not going to put all my hope in any politician, conservative or not. But one of the big issues, and we're going to have someone speaking to this later on, many of you know Billboard Chris, one of the big issues we cover here that no media covers, I would say no other media and the legacy media covers properly, is SOGI, our sexual orientation, gender identity curriculum, and all of the weird, perverted stuff happening in our schools because of it. And the fact that is even an election issue. The fact that we have a leader in BC, which is where SOGI started, by the way, even making that an issue and saying they're going to take it out has been so good. And that shows how many people in BC have been fighting against that and that people are actually hearing. So I'm so happy about that. Do we have another guest right now?
Yeah, in a couple of minutes, we'll actually have someone who's really strong on this issue.
Yes.
Amy Ham, who we know as the nurse who was persecuted for speaking out against gender ideology, and as the people Jordan Peterson calls the butchers of children, and speaking out on behalf of women, women's only spaces. But Amy has been really great at covering the issues that are of import to British Columbians in the National Post. And I will talk to her about those as soon as we have her. But what I did notice when I was covering the Saskatchewan leaders debate, and again, it's the Prairie provinces and now BC, there are two parties. There are no liberals, right? It's the Conservative or the NDP.
Yeah.
And I expected Scott Moe's Parents' Bill of Rights and the use of the notwithstanding clause to shelter it from constitutional challenges to have been a major issue in the debate, because the NDP, of course, are backed by the teachers' unions and the labor unions, and the labor unions are mounting a legal challenge of the use of the notwithstanding clause. They'll lose, but what they want is the thing declared unconstitutional but operative. It didn't come up once. Why? Because even the NDP know it's a losing issue to even talk about it, because normal people are like, yeah, I should know what's happening in the kids' school. Thank you very much. So,
oh my goodness.
I don't know. What's it like in BC? Was it a campaign issue?
It is. It definitely is. And I blame the media for that. It's because they don't show what the parents are actually upset about. They don't show the books. In one of my reports, I showed how the CBC journalist is like to John Russell, you keep talking about these books. Are they actually in there? Like, can you bring them for me? It's like, do your job. Go walk in a school library. You know, do what we've been doing at our website, stopclassroomgrooming.com. So the reason why it's an issue is you have socialist David Eby, who does this every single time the issue comes up. He manipulates the public into thinking that people who oppose SOGI 123 are anti-trans kids. And so that's how he responds to it. He says his party stands against hate. And Sheila Orr said earlier, and she's correct on this, that the unions back the NDP. That includes the teacher union. So one of my daughter's friends, for example, said that they're voting, their family's voting because their mom is a teacher, and they're going to vote NDP because of the letter that went out. They're supposed to be nonpartisan, but of course the letter talked about LGBTQ rights and how they would go backwards and all of this. So you have, you know, the social justice warriors coming out defending soft porn, not even soft. I would just call it porn, but it's technically not legally classified as porn. It's legally classified as
I think it's all hard if you're showing it to kids.
Yeah. So they're coming out to support that stuff being in your kids and other kids' hands thanks to the schools, but they think they're fighting hate. So.
Yeah, you know, and we see this, it's happening in Saskatchewan right now, not so much in the provincial election, although the unions are atrocious as they are everywhere. It's in the school board election that the teachers' unions are really meddling against the parents.
So it looks like there's a seat that has been won, or I hear the cheering. Oh, Chris Sankey. I don't know what they're cheering at, but I just caught something that I can't speak to.
I think it's because they're seeing the percentage of the vote come in. Now, I don't know where the percentage of the vote is coming from, but they might have
I can tell you what it says. If you guys want to listen. So there's 93 seats up for grabs, so everybody knows. It says 47 seats for majority so far, 37 conservatives. So I guess that's what they're all cheering about right now. Conservatives are in the lead with the NDP at 28 and Green Party at 1. So pretty exciting.
Yeah, I'm on the BC elections website right now, and those numbers are even better for the Conservatives.
Can we pull that up somehow?
Yeah, I've got it on my screen out of the corner of my eye. Maybe Olivia will bring it up. But BC elections has the Greens leading in one electoral district, a BC NDP in 27. And mine's a little fresher, 27 and 37. But let's not count our chickens yet, Drea, because these rural seats coming in. This could flip real fast once we get to Abbotsford, the other side of Abbotsford, your side of Abbotsford. It can go real ugly real fast.
It really could. I like that you're keeping us grounded. It's hard for me because I can hear the cheering. I don't know if you guys can hear it. I do want to talk about one of the ridings. It looks like it is the Haida Gwaii riding, and Chris Sankey is doing a little lower there and stuff like that. So some people were kind of sad about that. So he has been a strong proponent for what the Rustad Conservatives call economic reconciliation.
Yes.
So let's get our community, the First Nations, strong together by prospering, by educating the kids, business, things like that. And there have been nations, some of them that have been very successful doing that, instead of focusing on things of the past and being consumed by those things, and perhaps not breaking through all of that. So it looked like in that riding, Richmond, Stevenson, the Conservatives are at a 47% lead right now. The NDP is sitting quite far back.
Who's the candidate there?
And Richmond, Queensborough, we've got Steve Cooner is also doing better. So Richmond's out here. I'm not too surprised to hear that about this.
That's the riding federally that was held by Kenny Chu. And so it is a very strong conservative riding when the CCP is not meddling in it. So Park Baines is the Liberal federal MP there, and he's the beneficiary of CCP misinformation, and he was happy to bolster it and amplify it as a campaign strategy. So I will be very pleased to see it go provincially.
Yeah.
No cheering.
I wonder if I tilt, like I'm afraid if you take me off camera, maybe I can set up and.
No, it's okay. We'll just keep updating the page. Olivia can keep showing it. I know Olivia asked you for some information for our guests, so maybe you want to take a minute and send that to her.
I thought I had sent that.
I think Chris Sankey, I think if he loses a seat, there's a good possibility he'll get picked up as a candidate by Pierre Poilievre federally, if I had to guess. I don't think his political conservative ambitions are over. I think if he doesn't win Haida Gwaii, I see a future for him federally.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think so too. And that might be the case for other people in general. Okay, sorry, Olivia. It looks like while I was on the live stream, that's now.
Drea and Olivia are sorting something out, and I'm just going to keep looking at these election results out of the corner of my eye.
Just 15 minutes ago,
they are
coming in fast and furious. We'll take a look at
right now. Things are tightening up, and like really tightening up.
Leading in 37 ridings right now. The NDP in 27 and the previous one that was
I've got.
The magic number for majority government is 47.
Dre is going to take a picture. They're making an announcement there, but out of the corner of my eye, I'm watching the BC elections website. So maybe theirs is a little bit more updated just because of internal data, but right now the BC elections website has them tied at leading in 44 ridings apiece, which is they have to get to 45, right? 45 is
Right,
majority.
yeah. So
they're literally tied. Those damn NDP, the damn Greens.
This is so weird because I'm behind you and you're ahead, and you're reacting to what's really happening. Everybody's reacting to what isn't. But I do want to talk about what I saw here out in Chilliwack riding. I believe it's Chilliwack North, and that is former school trustee Heather Moss, who is running, and it had her doing very, very well. So that's exciting for those of you who've been, again, following the Soji stuff. She's one of the very few school trustees in Canada who have dared to say anything about the sexual indoctrination in schools. She's been running for the Conservative, and she was quite a few points ahead. And Chilliwack is very, at one point I would say it used to be more conservative, but you've had so many people, because of the cost of living in British Columbia, selling their homes in Vancouver, selling their homes in Burnaby, and making their way out to conservative, that politically over the last years it has changed drastically. So it is interesting to see that leading. What are you seeing now, Sheila?
Oh my goodness. It's my greatest fear with the NDP holding the balance of power.
Oh no. That's not good. Not good at all. There we go.
Not good. If it stays like this, it's going to be a BC NDP government with the crazy Greens.
With the Greens. With the
Just
Greens.
like 2017. 2017 all over again. You'll see a more radical NDP because they need to do whatever the Greens want to hang on to power.
Oh, now we're caught up to you. We are caught up to you here, so there's not as many cheers happening. So you're right. We're delayed over here, which is a really weird experience. But
I told you.
That would be the only thing worse, I think, in the NDP winning is some sort of NDP Green coalition. I saw from Sonia First, the other day, she referred to women as all people who identify as women. Like, she doesn't even say the word women when she's talking about actual women.
Calls yourself a feminist at that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, this is a nail biter. We knew it was going to be. But you're right. You're right. Now that it's hitting the low.
John Rustad is elected, though.
Oh, yes, that's good to hear that he didn't lose his seat fighting for common sense. There is neck and neck with the NDP riding in our current Minister of Education's riding in Surrey is neck and neck with the Conservative contender there, and I know that there are many people who are hoping that she uses
We're talking about the last election here in British Columbia.
You're right. John Rustad has the lead with 4,090 seats for John Rustad, and the NDP falling quite behind with 1,000 and something seats in the Nechako Lakes riding. Oh, this is a nail biter.
It's not anymore.
It's not.
If you refresh that one more time, Olivia, the BC NDP are leading in 47 ridings.
No.
Which means that they have an actual majority and not a green majority. But that could change anything. But it ain't great.
Okay, with the
but at the same time, that it's even this close just boggles the mind. This is not something that I could have imagined even 18 months ago.
You're right, and we saw some flip-flopping. This is a win in so many ways. No matter what happens, I'm still hoping a miracle happens at the end here. But let's talk about the flip-flopping on the carbon tax, whether or not EV will flip-flop back. But both the Green Party and the NDP have gone more conservative on this issue. I guess all of a sudden climate change doesn't matter when there's an election. And now they say they will get rid of BC's carbon tax if the federal tax goes. So already there has been some great strides. And I think even if there is an NDP government, I think many of the NDP MLAs now know that the conservative vote is not a small fringe minority. They have to start taking this. Yeah, it's half. They have to start taking some of these issues seriously.
And we are
Yeah, this
protecting guests
might
on
moderate
set,
the more
witness
crazy.
seat in the chapel lane. So the first conservative
So John Rustad is going to win at 72% in his riding. It looks like that's what it's sitting at right now.
Those are Alberta conservative style numbers.
David Eby's riding in Point Grade. He was up against Paul Radford. He's looking to win his seat as well at around 54%, not as much as the landslide. So,
and one more
I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see the Lululemon guys sign tomorrow morning.
he's done a total of three signs.
Right.
And then I almost had a heart attack because I saw a state sign that looked like he changed his mind, but it was just edited or whatever. What are you seeing now, Sheila? Because you are ahead of the times. You're ahead of the CBC, just so you know.
Cleaned itself back up again. 46, 46, and 1. Again, with the Greens holding the balance of power, which is horrific because Justin Trudeau is more radical than ever thanks to the NDP. So we're neck and neck again.
Wow.
Chilliwack calls us late.
Chilliwack called it right late. Looks like it just got called with Aaliyah Warbuck. She's First Nations with the Conservatives. I've interviewed her a couple times. Very horrific. She spoke during the interview I did with her about how some things need to be stigmatized. She actually sort of comes from the left on most things, but when it comes to the opioid and crisis, she of course is against how the NDP has been handling it. And horrible news. I believe it's just last week, which was after my interview with her own 13-year-old nephew. His name is Chayton Point. If you pull up his name, Chayton Point, that was her nephew who just overdosed. So, yeah, obviously that's been a hard time for her in the last little bit on the campaign, but I'm sure it's confirmation that she's fighting the good fight, saving people just like her nephew. Very horrible. If we have a picture, we can show him. It's Chayton Point. And by the way, Chayton, again, 13 years old, is friends, or I should say was friends with Brianna McDonald, another 13-year-old girl who died from an overdose and who was found inside of a homeless encampment in Abbotsford after her parents had tried so much to get her the help she needs and they couldn't under the end. Oh, well, this is a big deal. Let me have a look here. There's some people blocking my way. So Brent Chapman, who is in a riding in Missouri, is leading a little bit over the NDP. And why that is interesting is there have been some comments that Brent Chapman gave about 12 years ago, or some of the things that he said that have been all over the media, and of course making him look like a bigot and things like that. He's apologized for the comments, but it is interesting that he's in the lead right now.
I guess the mainstream media hit pieces didn't work.
Okay, they're showing us Harmon Badger, who we interviewed earlier today, and he is leading in his riding in Langley right now by quite a bit over the NDP. So that's probably exciting for him. Judy Tor is also leading right now in her riding, and she's another one of the candidates that the NDP have really been using as a poster child for not voting for the Conservatives because you think they're, crazy or something like that. She is a doctor of sorts, but they've gone after where she got her degree or something like that. But she's leading quite a bit over the NDP right now. So it looks like the smear campaign against those two individuals may not cost them the seat.
I think Olivia tells us that we've got Amy on the line. So Drea, we're going to say bye to you. You can just, I don't know, maybe find out how everybody's feeling in the room because it's real close. And we'll talk to you in 10 minutes, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, Olivia, ad break, please. Balls belong in women's sports, just as long as they're not attached to a biological male. Did you see the shameful moment in the Paris Olympics when Italian female boxer Angela Carini had to forfeit her match just seconds in because she was boxing against a biological male?
Solid straight right hand from police there. About being pulled off by the referee.
It was shocking. Angela said she had to quit because she had never been punched so hard. Now, at Rebel News, you know, we've been fighting to keep women's spaces safe, especially women's sports. If you agree with us, then you will love our new t-shirt design. So you can proudly say that you think women shouldn't have to be beaten up by biological males in their own sports. Our design says no human balls in women's sports. It's a bit cheeky, and it lets people know you stand with Angela and all the other female athletes like her who deserve better. Go to rebelnewsstore.com now to order your t-shirt today. Oh boy. Joining us now is a good friend of free speech and common sense, Amy Ham. Amy, thanks for joining me. This is a super duper nail biter. I'm watching it at the corner of my eye. And according to Elections BC, the Conservatives just hit 46. It looks like the Greens took a seat from the NDP. That's a relief. But I'm really uncomfortable with the potential for a 2017 style Green NDP coalition, which makes the BC NDP even more radical on so many issues when the Greens hold the balance of power.
It's going to be a disaster for BC if that happens. And it is very nerve-wracking. I know it's still quite early. There are a lot of ballot boxes that aren't counted. So I have my fingers crossed, and I haven't felt this way in an election for quite some time. I'm also very nervous.
Yeah, it's hopeful but nervous. It's like cautiously optimistic, but there are politicians involved, so I'm always ready to be disappointed. But I mean, just even the fact, whatever happens tonight, the fact that the Conservative Party is so close to forming government. This is something that is, I never thought I would see this in my lifetime, and it's been a century since it truly happened previously.
It has.
This is, I think, an indictment, a condemnation of the social crisis unfolding in BC. And you just wrote a really great article in the National Post about this, that when we look at the decay and the misery and the dehumanization of the least amongst us happening in our cities, just point to the progressives and say thanks for that.
Yeah, last week I visited one of the many homeless tent encampments in Canada. So I went to one out in Coquitlam, BC. And this is familiar to me because I used to do outreach nursing in the downtown east side. So I've seen these things before, but it's never been this bad. And I even wrote about when I was out there was an outreach worker that was carrying a clipboard, and this page on the clipboard, I saw the title, it said BC Conservative Housing Policy. And I asked her, are you going around and are you talking to these homeless people about politics? She wouldn't answer me, but things are bad. And like I've talked about the fact that I think a lot of progressives in BC are essentially what I call poverty pimps, because it's a huge industry. They're making a lot of money. There's so many people's careers that are made in keeping people mired in homelessness, in addiction, in these crises. We spend millions of dollars every day in the Vancouver downtown east side, and things aren't getting better. They're getting worse, despite enormous amounts, billions annually, being thrown at the problem. And at this point, you would have to be crazy to think that there's something other than policy that is to blame for this.
Right. I mean, things keep getting worse, and the NDP keeps saying, we keep trying the same thing and it's just not getting any better. Like, try something different. The sad thing is we are doing something completely different here in Alberta, which is great. But the sad thing is we've got a benchmark to the west of us that we can compare all of our social policies against. Overdoses are like fatal overdoses are dropping here in Alberta. We've got a recovery-based approach, ramping up beds everywhere, whereas the feds have failed to put treatment beds on reserve, even though it's their job. Our premier said, we're going to do it then because people are dying. And so while we're choosing a different path here in Alberta, the unfortunate thing is we have just somebody who's doing completely the opposite in BC that we can compare to. And at the end of the day, these are people's lives. It's nice to say, oh yeah, we're doing better in Alberta, but people are dying in British Columbia. They are living in third world squalor in one of the most expensive, beautiful cities in North America.
Yeah, one of the most heartbreaking things that I saw last week at this homeless camp was a 29-year-old woman with a 2-year-old toddler. She hasn't seen her since last Christmas. She's desperate to get into treatment for her opioid addiction, and her mother has custody of her daughter, and she recognizes she's not safe to take care of her daughter. She can't be around her. She doesn't want her daughter exposed to this. So she's been living in this tent for more than 6 months on the street, fighting off rats. It's getting cold. It's the winter. She's been desperate this whole time to get into treatment, and there's no treatment bed available for her. And it's unconscionable that we would have a 28-year-old woman in Canada living like this. She doesn't even have a toilet. She has to go to a subway and beg to be let in to use the bathroom. It's just it's unbelievable.
Yeah, just hearing stories like that, like these are people who do want help. They do want help. There's just no way out for them. There's no way for them. You say, you drive past them on the street and you think, God, just clean yourself up. But there's nowhere for them to go. There's no help for them to get. You just can't stop. You need help out of the gutter. And there isn't help for them in British Columbia. And I think it is really a voting issue. Like I was in BC last spring, and the homeless encampments in the roadside pullouts, that's something I've never seen before in British Columbia. Look at that. Conservatives are at 48. Thank goodness. But thank goodness. But just it's not just in the downtown east side. It is everywhere now, just outside of Abbotsford. Just they're living in the roadside pullouts.
It is everywhere. It used to be, when I was in the downtown east side every day, there might be a few tents throughout the area, and generally it would kind of they'd get moved along. But now there are dozens and dozens and dozens, and they're not just in the downtown east side, they're throughout our province. They're in Kelowna, they're everywhere. And, a lot of the discourse in this election has focused on safe injection sites and politicians saying they will shut down safe injection sites. And the people who want to keep them and who support them make the argument that part of the reason that they're beneficial is because people can go there and then connect with resources and get into treatment. But that's simply not true anymore because we don't have treatment beds. And I know from working with this population, if they're street entrenched, they're living on the streets and they want to get into rehab or detox, a lot of times you have to catch them exactly when they want it. And, they're turned away at the injection sites because there's no beds for them. And then by the time it comes around 3, 4, 5, 6 months or more, it's likely that they won't be ready or won't even want to do it anymore. So honestly, what's the point? That's not a good argument for keeping them because it's not actually connecting people with services that help them.
Now, just before I let you go, because I know Drea is probably just pacing the room at BC election HQ, just prowling around like a panther.
I bet.
I wanted to talk to you about, if these numbers hold, and I just pray they do, for the good people of British Columbia. John Rustad is a strong proponent of SOGI 123. And it spread from BC to the rest of the country, and I think it needs to be rooted out in British Columbia. What does this mean for people who just want reality in the schools, in the change rooms, in the women's shelters? I mean, it was like a seed planted in the schools, and then it just grew like a weed into everything else. But John Rustad's he says he's going to root it out. How much of a campaign issue was this for British Columbians? I know it was kind of a big deal for the NDP to attack Rustad on it. It was a key policy for Rustad. How much of it was an issue for British Columbians?
You know, I have to admit, I was a little disappointed that it wasn't made into a bigger campaign issue by the Conservatives than it is, because I know as a parent, as a woman, as a mother, and as a nurse, that so many people are opposed to this, but they're terrified to admit that they are. And I think you have to just be brave and go out there and come at it hard, and know that you're going to be accused of being anti-LGBT, rainbow, mafia, whatever. But just explain yourself and explain the harms that are occurring. And I didn't really see that from candidates. And I wish I had seen more of that. You know, women are sick of it, and we're 50% of voters.
Yeah, you know, I just watched the the Saskatchewan debate, and Saskatchewan came out hard on this early with this Parents' Bill of Rights, and then they sheltered the Parents' Bill of Rights immediately with the notwithstanding clause. The unions are challenging it. It didn't even come up in the debate. And I'm like, the NDP are challenging this through their proxies, the unions, in court in Saskatchewan, and it didn't come up in the debate at all. Why? Because I think it's such a losing issue for the NDP. They just don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I think they know, and it was I think it was a bit of a miscalculation for the Conservatives to not attack it, because I think it would have gone well if they did. Oh no, it's getting closer again. 46, 45.
And you know what? We're back with the Greens holding the balance of power, which just makes me so sick for the good people of British Columbia. Amy, we'll say goodbye. Thank you for jumping on the call with us. Thank you for the good work and the advocacy you do for the normal people of British Columbia through your work at the National Post and your ongoing battle for free speech and reality. We're your biggest fans over here at Rebel News. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me. Thanks. Okay, bye.
Guess we'll hit an ad break, and then we'll bring Drea back on.
Hi, everybody. As you know, every year we do a fundraiser for Rebel News that's super fun. It's a Rebel News cruise. We all go on a cruise ship together. We have dinner with each other. We have seminars when the ship's at sea, like Q&A sessions. And the rest of the time is your own. It's a vacation. It's a way to connect with other Rebel News enthusiasts. It's a way to check in with me and Sheila Gunn Reid and Drea Humphrey and David Menzies. Tons of Rebels are on the trip, and at the end of the day, it's a way to keep Rebel News strong, because there's a little extra added to the cost, which is how we float the boat here at Rebel News. It's a fundraiser. Here's the next Rebel News cruise, in case you've always wanted to go on one. It sets sail out of Vancouver June 18th, 2025. It's a week-long, June 18th to 2025, and it's Vancouver to Alaska. So it's a lot easier to get to than a Caribbean cruise where you have to fly to Florida to set sail. Starts in Vancouver, where I'll greet you, Sheila, David, Alexa Lavoie, Drea Humphrey. It's a super fun trip. I've done it before. We go to Skagway, which is where the gold rush started. We go to Glacier National Park, which is as beautiful as it sounds. Go to rebelnewscruise.com to learn more, to check the pricing, and to book your cabin. Just let me rattle off some of the details of the places we're going. It's called the Alaska Inside Passage Cruise. If you know what that means, you go up right along the coast. It's on Holland America, so it's nice. It's the MS Zandam. That's the name of the ship. Obviously, we start off in Vancouver, next the Tracy Arm Inlet, then Juneau, the capital of Alaska, Skagway, by far my favorite city. It's amazing. Then Glacier Bay. Maybe the most beautiful place I've ever been in my life. Back to Ketchikan, and then down to Vancouver. If you like cruising, this is a super way to do it with fellow travelers, ideologically speaking. If you've never cruised before, this is a great way to start. And if you've been on Rebel News cruises, well, you don't want to miss this one. Again, for details, go to rebelnewscruise.com. It's next June, so just under a year away, but not too soon, to order and to get the early bird discount. I'll see you at sea.
Drea, welcome back. I'm terrified.
Okay, I am terrified. I've just gone through so many emotions at once walking around here. I think that the big news, if we haven't already said it, is that leader of the Green Party, Sonia Furstenau, has lost her seat. Not to a conservative.
I don't care.
Yeah, I know, right? Not to conservative, but to NDP Grace Lore. And if you follow Grace Lore, oh my goodness, woke whining. I won't get sued for that, right, Sheila? Some other interesting things there. It looks like
flipped back.
It did flip back. Okay, yeah. Our health minister, Adrian Dix, looks like he is securing his, or I guess our incumbent health minister, is securing his seat so far. Let's show some of the crowd. Aaron Gunn is here, and it's funny because the mainstream media also, like we said in the earlier things, did attribute some of what's happening here, a lot of the Conservative Party's growth, to Aaron Gunn. But let's show some of the crowd and their excitement when the Conservatives went back on top again.
3 votes over Michelle Molino of the Conservatives.
I think I sent the clip.
They still have a lot of the advanced box voting.
I haven't seen John Trusted yet. There you go. There's Aaron Gunn. And there was quite a cheer when the TV was talking about him. There's Odessa Orlitz. We've interviewed her before about the election. I don't know what she's doing there, but that was when it was 49 to 42. And as I said, it's back. What are you seeing, Sheila? Because again, you are ahead of the time. Rebel News is breaking.
The NDP 46, Conservatives 45, the Greens 2.
Wow. And like you said, in case people are just tuning in now, if it's too close, we're really looking at an NDP Green versus Conservative, depending on
47 now.
Richmond is looking like it's definitely going to be going all Conservative, which is interesting. Eleanor Sturko. She's doing very good in, I believe it's the Surrey Cloverdale riding. Now, Sturko is one of the former BC United members that crossed the board before the party quit. She was like, I'm getting out of there. And so she's doing really well in the Conservatives. And she's not actually running in the same riding that she was serving as an MLA. So it's still interesting that's happening. And it looks like Nanaimo is staying, not since Nanaimo is staying NDP. I think this is
like Burnaby is so close. Burnaby's within 500 votes. Both ridings in Burnaby are within 500 votes. So that, and none of the advanced boxes are in on those.
We knew that it was going to be getting a bit harder to hear you now. I don't know if they turned it up. Let me turn my device up here. Sorry, guys. There we go.
Ultimately, I'm not sure.
I don't know if you asked me a question.
But
no,
I just want to say
it's definitely taking lead on my end here for the NDP. Oh my gosh, do we have any comments or people weighing in on the Rumble rants or what? Read some of
do you know what we've got while we are waiting to find out if we have another NDP government there? We've got a message from our friends at Be Naked. So I'll read that now, Olivia. Yes. Okay, I'm going to do that. Okay. In today's society, don't take my word for it. I don't know what it's like to be a man, but I imagine it's quite tough out there for you dudes because everything you do is insensitive and toxic. So in today's society, it's tough to be a man in a world dominated by overly masculine liberal women. And you know what? And let me tell you, as a conservative woman, I believe that I am more man than most liberal men. That's not saying much. That's just not how it's meant to be. Everywhere we look, it's gender neutral, this product, or made for her, that product. That's why we started a company that embodies the ethos of men's lives matter too, with products that aren't designed to be gender neutral or used by people with pronouns. Our products at Rumble are designed and built for men, by men, period. So if you struggle with low energy, mood swings, or hair loss, or if you need to perform better at the gym, maybe in bed, and recover quicker after, throw out all your other garbage supplements and try animal organs. They are traditionally the most nutrient-rich supplements on the planet, but our bison organs are a step above. The grass-fed, non-vaccinated bison are a species where the weak are allowed to die and only the strongest survive. So here's our commitment to you. For men who have real confidence in their products, try this today, and if you don't like it, fine. Return it for a refund. Go to benaked.com. That's benaked.com. Code STUDIO to get 15% off today. Okay, we've got an ad read or a chat from our friend Annalisa, who is the president of the David Menzies fan club with a membership of one, just her. But it is Annalisa 1964, whom we haven't heard from in a very long time. I hope you're doing well, Annalisa. And she explains why I haven't heard from her in a while. She says, I never get to watch the live streams during the day. I'm so happy to see the awesome ladies tonight. Go Blue. Miss all of you so much. Hugs. Yeah, we haven't heard from you in a long time. I'm glad that we have proof of life of Annalisa in 1964. David will be so happy to hear that you're doing well because, well, you like David, David likes you. Okay, Drea, welcome back. I'm just going to refresh my screen.
Yeah.
Oh, and,
I just took a screenshot here.
Good.
So for those who are thinking, hey, it's already in the bag for the NDP, look how close some of these ridings are here. We've got Juan de Fuca, that is former Premier John Horgan's riding, and it's currently, or the last MLA there was Robbie Palmer, and it's neck and neck at the time of the screenshot a couple of minutes ago, 24 seats. But look at the difference in votes for all of those areas. So it is very close in many different areas.
I think we'll see for some recounts tonight. If those stay as close. I'm noticing as I refresh my feed, a lot of the advanced voting ballot boxes have not been counted yet in some ridings.
Interesting. Well, earlier
in some ridings that are pretty close. Yeah.
Okay, well, it is interesting. And like I said earlier, typically, statistically, in the past, it's NDP voters that come out in advance polling, but I'm not sure that's what happened this time.
I'm not sure that's the case this time. I feel like it's an energized conservative base that was like, I know who I'm voting for, and I want to get out there and vote.
That's the thing. They knew who they were voting for. They weren't
So.
waiting for anything else anymore. It's quiet in the room now. There were some cheers earlier, but either way, this is, yeah.
Did you see any federal conservatives there?
You know what? I'm sure there are, but I didn't. I just did a quick look at people. So maybe if anybody else can spot them. But that is a very good question. Like I said, I did recognize Brittany, who is right there with the blonde hair. She's been going around with all the campaigns. She's been quite a voice for conservatism, and Aaron Gunn, who is going to run it. Well, we're delayed, Sheila. Like I said, you are the breaking news on the BC election. But what had happened was the Conservatives got to 45 and 46. Can you tell us what we're actually at?
It's 46-44 now. I feel sick.
Oh my goodness. This is quite intense. So did you read the ad while I was
Yes, I did. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I sure did. I guess now we just wait. 45.
Like, when's the last time? Well, let's talk about the Alberta election, because that was a pretty close one too, wasn't it? How close was it?
No, it was the media wanted it to be closer than it was.
Okay, I thought it was close.
It was closer than it should have been, but.
The next slide.
know, Lauren, we've been talking about how close this race is.
Looks like the Attorney General, Nikki Sharma, is likely to hold her seat, or maybe she has already in Burnaby. Nikki Sharma is the great Attorney General who has not yet approved, or with her oversight, has not yet approved the charges or legislation for Charlotte Kate, the head of the now terrorist organization in Canada, Samadhi. So they charged her with 8 offenses back in, I think it was April, for just praising the terrorist attack, and it just sat and expired. So now she's allowed to go out and be free to protest under Nikki Sharma. And unlike the peaceful truckers, look what happened to them. They weren't burning Canadian flags. They weren't calling for death to Canada. They weren't giving out, many people miss this, they weren't giving out actual brochures that illustrate and tell you how to make terrorist attacks. No, they were on their horns, jumping on balancing houses. But yeah.
They also, the truckers, as it turns out, also weren't foreign funded. And I'm absolutely convinced that there is Iranian money fueling these protests, and the American security apparatus feels the same way. We just have not bothered to look into it, Canada, because FinTrack is for truckers and farmers.
That's right. If you look into Samadoun, they don't have to, and I don't want to speak on this too much because it's one of those things on my shelf to look into, but I did read enough to know that we don't know where their money is coming from. The way that it's set up, they don't actually have to declare it. So you definitely could, and most likely are correct. Oh gosh. So it says 47 NDP here, 44 Conservative.
48.
But
48
now.
Oh my God.
Oh.
It just makes me sick. But the percentage of the vote is narrowing. So we're getting into.
Looks like Maple Ridge is very neck and neck. You have Dr. Lawrence Mock, I think only about 50 seats ahead in that riding, which is actually kind of surprising to me. I thought that Maple Ridge is pretty conservative. Maybe I'm wrong. I know they have some conservative MPs there.
So the Conservatives are winning their ridings in landslides. That's what's happening here. That's why the percentage of the vote is so close now. It's starting to narrow. It's the places where the Conservatives are winning, they're like cleaning up. and it's where the NDP are winning, it's narrower.
Well, and that shows that people are ready for a change.
Yeah.
But will it be enough?
They're within 30, not even 25,000 votes in each other. If you look at the bulk vote totals, that's not really where it matters. It's just showing that where the Conservatives are winning, it's a blowout.
Just seeing.
Election candidates for the NDP, the crowd definitely filling in their penny.
Well, there's lots of booing happening. I'm just looking here. There's lots of booing, I guess, at a pro-NDP. You have most, of course, of the mainstream media are at the NDP headquarters. There is some other media, but I got the best spot, if you ask me. I'm right here in front of the stage.
It looks great.
Yeah. All right. Okay. It's got really quiet all of a sudden because the numbers are not.
I'm scared to refresh my screen.
I guess I should just go to where you are. You're on the BC elections page.
Yeah, I'll just flip it to you.
I keep treating you like you're some magical genie.
Yeah. No, I'm just not a genie. I'm just on the internet with a big screen in front of me. I put it in the chat for you.
Okay, perfect. There we go. I'm just nervous. I'm a little bit scattered.
We're starting to run out of time. Look at that. There's 81% of the ballot boxes reported. So we're starting to run out of daylight here to make a difference.
Wow. But you're right. I think we are going to see some recounts. Do we know anything about what the rule is for recounts? Is it only when you're in a certain amount margin, or is it just if they contest?
I saw.
Okay.
Hang on. You talk and I'm gonna look.
Okay. Well, I'm talking now. Okay, you're talking. Yeah, there has been those two changes we said at the earlier thing. There is the change to the Dominion machines that happened very recently. There's a change, and I don't think there's much to it, but you never know that people can actually call in and vote, which is interesting. If for some reason they can't get here, there are people who said that they couldn't get here to this event. I heard from other people that they were supposed to come, but again, because of the flooding issues that are happening. So does that mean people didn't make the vote? We don't know, but one thing is for certain, this election certainly meant that every vote counted. When you have some ridings that close together, that's what that means. And it also shows that the pre-election polls were pretty accurate, at least so far. With the more latest ones showing an NDP lead and the four showing it neck and neck. So 48% with the Conservative Party. Taking a look to see if any other ridings stand out. Looks like quite a few. The Surrey ridings are pretty neck and neck with the Conservatives in the lead. Surrey's a very big place, so I don't know how many ridings they have, but I would think they have 3 or 4, maybe 5 seats there.
Okay.
I would like to check. OC Sturco is now lower. Eleanor Sturco, the NDP, is now in the lead in that riding, unlike before. So there's been a fall there as well. My goodness.
Oh my goodness. I feel anxious.
I feel a little icky too. Oh, my audio is dipping.
You're okay.
I'm okay?
Yeah, you're good.
All night has been so close and it's gone back and forth.
Okay, so if any of these ridings fall within 100 votes of each other, it goes to an automatic recount, which I think is pretty well standard in every single province. If it's within 100 votes, they just go to recount between the top two. Or if there's any ballot discrepancies that may arise, they might recount that. Again, they're like they're within 20,000 votes of each other. Where the Conservative vote is turning out, it's turning out like crazy. It's just the friggin' Lower Mainland.
So what is there anything the Conservatives could do? This is to get the Greens on their side.
I doubt it. The Greens are angry at the NDP because the NDP are now carbon tax averse, and so the Greens are angry at
too.
them.
Apparently, I thought that I'm pretty sure he said he'd get rid of it too because all of a sudden, like I said before, all of a sudden climate change doesn't have quite as much. But it's funny how they actually brought up the straw combo so much, like and the candidates of the Green, of course, that's something to be like they're gonna bring plastic straws back. Like I'm pretty sure most people are like, yeah, we'll take those back. It was a very sad day. Sorry, city center is good for the Conservatives, but I was saying it was a very sad day when I got to the end to my last plastic bag from the grocery store. It was like,
yes,
no.
Me too. And then it's not like I stopped using plastic bags. Now I just have to buy them.
I know.
But
it's so
now I have to buy bags for the garbage.
And when it comes to recycling, we were recycling our plastic bags.
I was.
Everybody was reusing those things. They go to one place, they go to the other. Even the thrift stores, you could leave them there. They would reuse them. Like, come on. We were actually doing good with our plastic bags. And the grocery store.
Only stupid rich people think that other people don't reuse their plastic bags.
Exactly.
They'll reuse their plastic bags.
And I remember Save on Foods is where I normally do my groceries because during lockdowns they were the nicest. They didn't force me to put a mask on or even make me feel bad when I didn't. So I would shop there and I noticed they were the last grocery store in the Lower Mainland that I came across to hang on to those plastic bags until it became illegal. And then they had the sign saying it gets law now, so we can't have them. And I thought, okay, this is my kind of store. This is my type of grocery store.
Tell me, are you people crazy in BC like they are in Edmonton? I don't eat fast food at all. I don't stop. I don't do it. But we went to a haunted house last weekend, and I didn't just have me in the car. I had kids, so they're like, "Let's stop at McDonald's. Let's stop at McDonald's." So we stopped at McDonald's in Edmonton, in the city of Edmonton. They have to, like, they don't give you your stuff in a paper bag, like your McDonald's in a paper bag. They just like keep handing, like, here's your burger, here's your fries, like, here's your ketchup. They don't put it in a paper bag and give it to you. Isn't that the craziest thing you've ever heard?
I'm like you too. I don't actually eat fast food, so I don't know. I'd have to ask some family members on that. But I will say, a long time ago, I started to notice that they don't give napkins. I think they're just being cheap. But the odd time that I have gone, that it hasn't been quite that. But you said you went to a haunted house. Were you wearing your costume?
Yes.
Tell everybody about your costume.
Oh my goodness. I don't know. You might be able to find it, Olivia. Maybe it's on my Instagram. We're just killing time right now, friends at home, just so you know. I like spooky season, okay? I am a very I'm an enthusiast of Halloween. And so we do spooky stuff every single weekend, maybe a couple nights on the weekend. My house, you can see my decorations from the space station. Lots of inflatable stuff. And I dress up to go to haunted houses. Sometimes I hide in the haunted houses to make them more effective. So I'll do a first pass through, see where the haunted houses are deficient, and then I will hide in the haunted house. But this haunted house, as I said, was in Edmonton. And Edmonton is liberal hellhole. And so I thought that I would dress as, here I am. I dressed as a cat being rescued by Donald Trump from Springfield. From Flytrans. You might have to just, there's also, I think, Olivia, a video of me somewhere where I'm running in the costume saying they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, and it looks like Donald Trump is carrying me on his shoulders. So
I love all the remix songs about that. I mentioned Alia Warbus from Chilliwack is still in the lead in her writing, and I mentioned about her nephew passing away, but I just overheard that she's also the daughter of a very prominent judge. I think his name is Stephen Point, so very interesting there too. What are we seeing again at the more updo? Billboard Chris just texted me he's going to be on. He says this is not good.
Oh, when is Billboard Chris on?
I think he's coming. He must be ready. I just texted, are you ready? We were supposed to have him in a few minutes. But, no, it is not. But again, it is just so shocking. No conservative government for.
They're within 1 percentage point. 1 percentage point of each other. That's astounding.
Just think of how blindsided, to some degree, the NDP was.
Of course.
I reported on how some of their MLAs and even some of the BC United MLAs were so shocked when the BC United win. But I really think this is somewhat similar, our own version of the Trump-Hillary time, where it was like nobody was taking Trump seriously. And I think that's what they thought of conservatives. They thought what they say, that they are far-right. Oh my gosh, it's so tight. Oh, well, I'm going to clap for this. Hopefully not too soon, but again, Rashna Singh, the education minister who loves Soji so much. And even when Bruce Banman, the conservative MLA, one of the first to cross the floor, read from a sexually explicit book in the school, she just said, it's safety, it's about safety to the kids. Like, how is it safe? So it looks like she may be losing her riding.
That's great.
Right. Oh, I interviewed that. Okay, now we're at, oh my goodness, look at that. 46 and 45.
Oh, it's tightening up again.
Oh my gosh, this is so tight. I'm talking to someone in the audience. We're making eyes of fear and pure adrenaline. There's nothing we can do.
Yeah, I'm really putting my deodorant to the test today.
Tell me about it. Oh my gosh.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say we're just killing time at this point. Out of fear, we've got still 14% of the ballot boxes left to come in. I don't know if that's going to be enough for the Conservatives. We're running out of runway. But maybe, Olivia, maybe we want to show just some clips from the debate on some of these issues that ended up being electoral issues. I know you had some pulled of John Rustad during the debate. I don't care. Just sure. Oh, we've got a Rumble rant. Gives us $20. Sheila.
You're supposed to be part of the show too.
Yeah, you shouldn't be helping us kill time here. This is Rockford RSC gives us $20. Sheila, thanks for saving the cat and bringing Trump. Thank you both for the coverage tonight. I don't know how much of a great job we're doing. We're just sort of watching with trepidation together. I'm wearing out the springs in my chair. I'm anxious, rattling in my chair. But thank you for that. I'll let Olivia pick whatever debate clip she wants at random whenever you're ready.
Question to you, Mr. Rustad. More than half of British Columbians say that you are too extreme in your views to be premier. You've expressed discomfort with sex education curriculum. You've said you regret taking the COVID vaccine. You suggested on a podcast that carbon emissions aren't a problem for carbon-based beings. How can you convince everyone in this province that you have the judgment and the temperament to be premier for all British Columbians?
Well, thank you very much for the question, and thanks everybody for tuning in as well. I think it's important to think about where we are as a province with what's going on. There are many things that people are concerned about in BC. There's many things that have been said about me as a leader. And I can tell you something, as the Conservative Party of British Columbia, we are laser focused on the people of this province. 1 in 3 people are thinking about leaving this province. 1 in 2 youth can't see a future by staying in British Columbia. This, to me, is what needs to change. As a government, a Conservative Party will make sure that we're laser focused on people, on making sure that we meet their needs. There are many issues that people raise, but I tell you, when I go across this province, whether it's in Vancouver Island, or whether it's the Lower Mainland, or whether it's the North or the Okanagan, it's the same issue. People are struggling to put food on the table. That's why we come forward with cutting the carbon tax. That'll save $1,200 per family in a year. That's why we've put forward the Rustad rebate to reduce the burden of whether you're renting or paying a mortgage, which is $3,000 per year that will be savings. $1,800. That'll be $3,000. Significant amount of money to be able to help people in this province.
Did you just see it flip back?
I did see it flip back. The people have reacted to it flipping back, but it is still too close for comfort.
So close.
Some good news. Oh, yeah.
Sorry,
good news
before you get into that.
Oh, yeah.
Just to comment on the clip that we just watched. The premise of the entire question from that lady was flawed. Because she's like, over half of people think you're too radical to be premier. And you've said this and this and this. But based on the polling right now, I don't think that's it. I think her premise was entirely flawed. Because it's closer than we think.
We're just showing so much flip-flopping, like David Eby, in the actual polls, because Eleanor Sturko, for example, keeps going up and down. But I wanted to say on the Freedom Count in the North Island riding, Dr. Anna Kindy. We've interviewed her many times. She is one of the brave doctors who, during the lockdown, spoke. I'm so used to the safer supplies.
Yeah.
Spoke out about the medical tyranny. She attended many protests, and she is in the lead. It's not called yet, but she is in the lead, which is interesting. And it looks like, I think Chris needs a couple of more minutes, but it looks like the leader of the Green Party, if we can find it, is about to give a speech. So I don't know if we can play some of that.
Is she going to concede?
Yeah, she's giving her speech already. Are we able to find that, or should we just go?
It might be on the BC Greens Facebook. I'll find it.
BC cycle, I did too. Yeah, Billboard Kiss is getting ready, but still messaging me along the way about the suspense.
This is too much.
It is too much. David Eby is re-elected in his riding. The Vancouver Grey riding, and the Green Party did pretty good there as well.
I want to start by thanking the best campaign manager I've ever had, Reid.
Yeah, here we go. NDP just swung back over. No. It's.
I am glad the Greens didn't bow out of the race last second. I guess I'm
Donnie had an incredibly challenging task to run a campaign where the candidate was almost never there. They have been phenomenal, strategic, ambitious, hardworking, and built a team that really was community building at its very best. Donnie, thank you so much. The extraordinary team at the Fort Street office were just incredible, really. It was always such a joy to walk into the Fort Street office and to really experience the happiness and joy and love that was building. Darius was always at the door. Ronnie and Peter and Beatrice leading the way. It has been the kind of campaign that I am so proud of. So it does appear that the Greens are still going to play a pretty pivotal role in the BC legislature. It's a strange time in politics when during an atmospheric river, people come out and vote for a party that's denying the reality of climate change. But hey, this is where we're at. I am so excited for Jeremy Valeriot and Rob Botterill. This is incredible.
But if the Greens team up with the NDP.
Yeah, she just admitted that's what they're going to do. She said they're going to play a pivotal role in the legislature. That's exactly.
And she's right. She is right about that. They are going to play a pivotal role.
Yeah, they are going to be the governing party. And let's not forget, when they were in charge, Alberta and British Columbia lost billions and billions of dollars in resource revenue because of it. So this does not bode well for our resource industries, our shared resource industries, if the Greens are holding the balance of power, and it looks like they will.
The Conservatives need a bigger lead if possible. I can't get over how next this is. This is insane.
Oh, it's terrible. My nerves. Do we have Chris now?
No, he's you know what? Just like you, I guess he loves Halloween, and his daughters or a child, I don't know, I think it's a daughter, had a Halloween party in the area he needs to go to, so he's been kicking them out, and he says he needs a few more minutes.
Let's keep watching this lady tell us how she's going to help NDP block our pipelines and fracking.
Shar, Amo, Cher, Meredith, and Sky. You're a phenomenal team, and you made it all fun. We landed at Joy, which is where we were supposed to be the whole time. To my constituency staff in Cowichan Valley, Teresa, Julie, Lori, Laura, Trisha, Aaron and Mariana, Cole, and Maeve. That office was a place of service. We did such good work. We made so many incredible things happen in Cowichan Valley. I'm so proud to have been part of your team, so proud to have worked with you on behalf of the people of Cowichan for 7 years. Thank you. We call the caucus, we've called the caucus the Kick-Ass Women and Adam. The caucus team, Jojo, Laura, Emily, Rose, Katie. I love you so much.
And remember, she lost her seat as she's giving the seat. She did not win her own seat. And she's the only of the leaders that didn't win her with her. That is interesting.
I've been going through the like riding by riding.
Yes.
So countless. Oh, it's sort of no longer. It's spreading out now. Okay. No, Kelowna Centre. The Conservatives are ahead in that, but only by like 15 votes in Kelowna.
Wow.
Like, oh, it just refreshed. No. Okay, it refreshed now, so that just changed. The other one that was of great interest to me is Courtney Comox. This is on Vancouver Island. Courtney, that's a hippie dippy place, Courtney Comox. There's a military base there, so whatever. So there's some of that. So that might be the advanced votes. But Courtney Comox is going conservative so far. That blows my mind. And from what I found, seems really close even too.
What I'm hearing from people on the island about, their family members having to change their party and voting Conservatives is that it's really coming down to the businesses, the farm owners, the people who have worked so hard to be where they are and they want their family to be successful and they don't want their family leaving British Columbia and they're never going to see them in their retirement. They've been working really hard. I want to talk about Brent Chapman again because that is the Conservative Party's most controversial candidate, still taking a very strong lead in Surrey, so I think he's going to win that riding. John Corey is one of their candidates on the island. I'm forgetting which area, but I know that him and his team, they knocked on so many doors. From what I see, what I heard, they worked really hard. Looks like he is just below the NDP there. So a lot of people worked their tail off, and it shows as far as it goes to the Conservative Party, which is neck and neck ridings.
I just have to point out to you a couple of ridings that are of interest to me because they are the most in all of BC. I'm frozen again. My screen's frozen. So, okay, can you hear me? Okay. So if Olivia can show you Peace River North and Peace River South. If you can bring those two ridings up. These, if I had to say these two ridings actually belong in Alberta. They function as a piece of Alberta because they go back and forth between Grand Prairie. It's the same shared industry. This is oil and gas country, British Columbia. And if you need a hospital, you're going to Grand Prairie. So Peace River North and Peace River South, 10,719 for the Conservatives, at least on my screen. And 6,600 for the Conservatives there. And the NDP didn't even crack 1,000 votes so far. Like it's astounding. That's oil and gas country, BC. That's what they think of the NDP. They know. And if you guys just want to leave and become part of Alberta, we'd be fine with that. We'll take you. It makes perfect sense.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Conservatives win. Will you take us?
Yeah.
You know, the
Up
West
to
can be the-
Abbotsford. Just up to Abbotsford, and the rest of you're on your own.
Well, how is Abbotsford doing? Are you able to look at that?
Abbotsford is going conservative. Abbotsford always does. The federal party is very strong in Abbotsford, but get me to the other side of Abbotsford and no thank you.
Yeah, and that's again from people moving there. It used to be the Bible Belt out there, but it's quite a different story than it has been before.
Still conservative.
Yeah, still very quiet here. I think we can go to ads. Am I right, Olivia? And that Chris is ready after some ads here.
Okay.
Governments are trying to reinvent the wheel when the greatest teacher of all times has already laid out the perfect blueprint for a constitution for a kingdom of love, faith, and freedom. Introducing the Kingdom of Heaven Freedom Passport. This special edition Freedom Passport captures the foundational truths of love, ethics, and freedom for all. It's a powerful reminder of Jesus's call to love one another and to be part of something bigger that you can carry with you every day. Join the movement, share the truth, and spread the love with your family and friends. Get your Kingdom of Heaven Freedom Passport at freedompassport.ca. And right now, all orders in North America come with free shipping and a free downloadable song with every purchase.
I'm in Brazil, so I'm using a VPN to get on the internet. What's a VPN? It stands for a virtual private network, and you get around these government firewalls. Suddenly, the president of Brazil banned his whole country from going on Twitter. It was a political censorship news. I've downloaded the VPN from a company called PIA VPN. We've teamed up with them at Rebel, and it's a great deal. I got on the internet really quickly, safely, and even I'm a bit of a technophobe. I managed to figure it out with 2 clicks. And here's the great news. If you go to piavpn.com/rebel news, not only do you get a big discount, but they pay us a bit of a commission too. Everyone's a winner. Your freedom, your VPN, and a little bit of cash coming to support Rebel News. I'm using it myself to get around the censors in Brazil. You can use it too. That's piavpn.com/rebel news.
Together we rise, unleash the power. Unleash the power. Unleash the power. Unleash the power.
Right now, I'm standing in front of a massive 47-foot long billboard alongside of Alberta's busiest highway, Highway 2. This thing gets 1.3 million monthly impressions every single month, and it's spreading the word far and wide about the new Rebel News cruise. So if you're thinking about joining us in June 2025 to Alaska, act now because it's going to fill up fast. We're sailing on the Holland America cruise line, which means you can expect top-notch service and luxury while you're on board. But the real excitement, the special Rebel News only events. So what are you waiting for? Head over to rebelnewscruise.com, check out the cabins, see the details, and grab your spot before they're gone. I can't wait to see you there so that we can spend an unforgettable week with some of the best people on the planet, Rebel News supporters. Let's make 2025 the year we come together, have an amazing time, and keep fighting for truth and for freedom. See you on the Rebel News Cruise. Go to rebelnewscruise.com today for cabins and details. For Rebel News, I'm Sheila Gunn Reid.
Why should you join Canada's National Firearms Association? We currently have one of the most aggressively anti-firearm governments in our nation's history, promoting fear and placing blame like never before. Our rights, freedoms, culture, and heritage, it's all on the line. But we are fighting back, and there is strength in numbers. We work within the law to change the law, to defend competitors, hunters, collectors, and other law-abiding firearms owners. We can get through this. We've done it before, and we'll do it again, if you are with us. Canada's National Firearms Association. Freedom, safety, responsibility.
Ladies and gentlemen, Leapin' Lincoln J here with none other than the Menzoid. Say, Menzoid, we're enjoying a marvelous summer so far, but a lot of Rebel News viewers are asking, what sort of fashion tips do you have for them in the weeks ahead?
Well, let me tell you something, Leapin' Lincoln. There are all kinds of fashion trends out there for the summer of 2024. There are animal prints ranging from cheetah to zebra. There are those awesome straw hats. And of course, there's that classic teeny-weeny polka dot bikini. But if you don't have one particular item in your summertime ensemble, and I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again. Rebel News now has the hottest fashion accessories of the summer. I'm talking Trumpomania t-shirts for $39. I'm talking Trumpomania tank tops for only $35. And when summer's over, folks, no problem. We have Trumpomania sweatshirts and hoodies starting at $55. And brother, when you want to be styling and profiling as you drink your Morning Joe, we even have Trumpomania coffee mugs for just $29. It's all available at the rebelnewsstore.com. Hey, Leapin' Lincoln, try these verses on for size. Roses are red, violets are blue. Hey, Kamala, when Trumpomania hits the campaign trail, what you gonna do?
It wasn't always like this. When did everything change?
We want freedom!
I have a valid court order here today to vacate everyone from the building.
Bye, Daddy.
I don't think anyone would call it a democracy.
An historic church in northern Alberta has been destroyed by fire. Major shortage of that, and the cost of living has skyrocketed.
Shame on you!
Is anyone going to push back? There are rebels among us, strong and free, rejecting the new normal, unwilling to be silenced. So what is a rebel?
A journalist.
A farmer.
A hunter.
A father.
A mother. A student.
A real female athlete.
A patriot.
Bold, fearless, and unconventional. Rebels rise up.
Small fringe minority.
All right, I'm back. Billboard Chris will be here shortly, again, just sorting things out. I've got some figures here, again, just showing how neck and neck some of these ridings are. Surrey City Central, Kelowna Center, and again, Juan Jafuca, which is John Horgan's old riding. Very, very neck and neck. And I was watching a little bit of the legacy state-backed media. And what's interesting is just they're just as nervous as I am. It's just so neck and neck for them. And again, the mainstream media is supposed to be some neutral place, but it's quite obvious they're holding their breath for the NDP. And that's remarkable to see. Anybody want to do some predictions in the comments that we can read about what you think is going to happen? It just bounced up at least here again, back with the NDP at 46 and the Conservatives at 45. I think at this point, the audience here is exhausted about going back and forth. It's just quiet. There's a little bit of chatter for the most part, of course, amongst themselves, but there's less of the cheering back and forth going on. We've got on the screen here and more updated. It's still showing the BC NDP at 46 and the Conservatives at 45. For once, the pre-election polls, they were pretty accurate with their statistical tie One of the things I noticed when people were talking about the campaigns that happened since they dropped this, and I've talked about it too, is just how much the incumbent leader, David Eby, focused on the Conservatives and what he talked about most of the time. But he did do a good job with the campaign. I think they got a lot of information from what I heard and read about from BC United, someone within that party, perhaps someone disgruntled about it collapsing, actually gave the NDP a whole bunch of research that they had done about the Conservative Party. So when you saw those clips come out, the clip that was taken from the Unified Conference of John Rustad speaking about how our kids shouldn't have to eat bugs. The mainstream media took that clip, made him look crazy, but I have brought you a report how the kids are actually learning about how good it is to eat bugs. A 13-year-old boy in Maple Ridge brought home a assignment that he had in class that was glorifying the cricket plant that's out in Ontario, and it was saying that cows are bad for the environment and crickets are good, and Angelina Jolie and her kids eat crickets and they taste like chips. I mean, again, I'm so happy that the average citizen, or many of them, are paying attention to what our kids are being taught inside of schools and keeping track of that. So looks like CTV has Mike DeJong. They have him sitting there on their panel interviewing. We've interviewed Mike DeJong too. He, again, I'm hearing right now that Billboard Chris is ready to grace us with his presence now. So again, one of his kids is having a party. So he was doing his dad thing, and that's what he's always doing. He's always fighting for parents and being a dad. So it's good to have you back
me again.
on.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, you can't hear me? We can hear you. Can you hear me? But I'll do the introduction for who Billboard Chris is. For those of you who don't know, he travels the world internationally talking about the harms of gender ideology for kids. This is something where Rebel News shines. We tell the other side of the story. So at our special website called stopclassandgroovy.com, we have many reports on that. And we've interviewed Chris Elston, better known as Billboard Chris, many times. Sometimes he's even been physically assaulted for his really peaceful activism. He called Billboard Chris because he puts a sign on that says things like, children can't consent to puberty blockers, and just having that sign on and standing there sometimes on a sidewalk is enough, unfortunately, to get him assaulted. But it's also enough for him to have had many meaningful conversations on the matter. But looks like we're having some sound troubles there. Oh my gosh, NDP still on top. And again, as we said, if the Green has 2 seats and the NDP has 46, that is, at least for the far left, that is a majority, of course, for the far left. So the Conservatives have been dancing very closely neck and neck with that this whole time. And it's seen on here. I did ask earlier if anybody wanted to comment. Olivia, can you still hear me while I'm holding this? Okay, well, we might have to go. Okay, yep. Nikki Sharma's seat has been called for the Vancouver Hastings riding. I think earlier I said Burnaby. I guess I got that wrong. So that is, again, the last Attorney General, the one that decided it would be good to fight racism by putting together a committee that only allows racialized individuals only. So it's fighting racism with racism. Essentially, she wanted to put together an anti-white group to talk about how Canadians should deal with racism. I mean, this is the type of radical stuff we have seen within the NDP that many of you watching are ready to have an end at. They want the real issues to be addressed. They want our safer supply thing, which is spearheaded by Dr. Bonnie Henry, our public health officer. Okay, look, we've got fireworks. And we've got Billboard Chris. I already did your introduction earlier. So how are you coping with this neck and neck race. My goodness.
So what are we at right now? I haven't
Oh.
for 5 minutes.
We are at 46 for the NDP, 45 for the Conservatives, and 2 for the Greens. Wow.
Boy, you know, I was looking. There aren't a lot of seats for the Conservatives to pick up. I think when they had 46 about 10 minutes ago, they were winning all of the very close races. So they need to get to 47. If they have 46 and the NDP have 45 and the Greens have 2, that's a loss. That's no good, especially for my cause, because the Green Party is equal to the NDP when it comes to gender ideology.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so the Conservatives really need 47. The only positive in having a minority government is that it might not last very long, and then we can have another kick at the can to get a majority.
Well, that's a very good point. I'm glad you brought it up. But let's talk about your cause, because you're saying the word lost, but the fact that your cause has even made it as far as it has, I would say, is a really big win. I mean, what are you feeling as a person who's been fighting this for so long, and in all places, BC, perhaps Soji is on its way out, maybe.
Maybe the Conservatives need to pick up another seat somewhere, but we're making progress all over the world. Nobody was talking about this hardly at all 4 years ago, and now many of them are. I'm disappointed that this wasn't made into a bigger election issue, because if you want to pick up the swing voters, which is what they had to do, there's no better way to do it than by talking about gender ideology in schools, the assault on women's rights, and the assault on parents' rights. And I feel in the 11th hour, when it came down to the crunch for the last couple months, the Conservatives went quiet. They didn't even have a statement on their website until 500,000 votes had already been cast. So I've spoken with some of their leadership team. I think they were trying to play it safe, and I don't think that's the right way to go about it. I think it's backfired. But we also have a situation here where the BC United Party folded, but some of their candidates stayed in the race. And they're just sucking votes away from the Conservatives, which right now is the difference between having a Conservative majority and losing this election. So I'm all for the electoral process, and if you want to run, you should run, but I think those candidates should have thought more about it, because they put their own desires ahead of what British Columbia needs, because we cannot have 4 more years of these NDP.
Yeah, I think you're right. There was a little playing safe in multiple areas towards the end. But a lot of people thought that Soji was taken completely off their website. I think it stayed up consistently since 2023, since about a year, under the parental rights thing. But it wasn't at the forefront towards the end here as well. Now, I remember at a BC United, again, that is the party that collapsed. It was the official opposition. At one of their events, we covered, you were there, and you raised the question about Soji, and you said something along the lines of, this is what's going to take you down, this is what's going to make you fall. So how much of a role do you think that played out? Were you surprised at what happened with that party? Or you called it, I guess.
No, I called it. I told Kevin Falcon at the time, he was, based on polling, he was only slated to win 4 seats. And he mocked me and made it out like I didn't understand politics. But here he is, having folded his party and having had to suffer the embarrassment of sending his candidates to the party of the man who he kicked out. He kicked John Rustad out of his party because John Rustad said a truthful thing about climate change.
Not even said it,
Kev-
just retweeted. He retweeted someone else's truthful thing.
Right. And Kevin Falcon refused to listen to parents. It wasn't just me. It was many other parents. I know people in the business community who have met with Kevin Falcon previously in private. He knew all about this, and he refused to do anything about it. And so when I had that situation escalate at his town hall, which I walked out of, I vowed to send tens of thousands of votes to the Conservatives, and I think I did that. The next day, it was front page news in the Vancouver Sun. And it's not just because of me, it's because of many people, and it's mostly because of his own faults that his party collapsed. But the Conservatives should have kept riding this issue, because when they just had a couple MLAs, just John Rustad and Sandman, they were hard on this issue. They told the clear truth, and people loved it. And towards the end, I mean, I say it's playing safe. It's not playing safe. Because when you don't speak the truth about a child abuse scandal, you're just putting your own party in danger because you're not picking up those swing voters and you're not telling the truth. And people want bold leadership. And if they don't win tonight, I think there needs to be a leadership review. I think there needs to be a review of all the people involved in this campaign, because I think they screwed up at the 11th hour.
Now, one of the things that you mentioned there while you said all that is one of the biggest scandals, and I've heard you say that before, one of the biggest medical scandals in history. For people who are maybe just tuning into, I don't know, Rebel News for the first time, maybe they don't know you or they haven't heard why you think that. What is it? What are a couple of things that are so concerning when it comes to gender ideology being taught, promoted, and normalized in schools?
Sure. So gender ideology is this belief system that we all have a gender identity, and that gender identity may be different than our sex. And throughout British Columbia, it's not just SOGI 123. SOGI 123 is the name of a program. But getting rid of SOGI 123 is not enough. The legislation and the proposal needs to be that we are not going to have any instruction of gender identity in schools, period. They shouldn't be talking about sexual orientation either. These are conversations for parents. Kids should be reading, learning writing, and learning arithmetic in school. This is not a controversial statement. But we have all these kids coming to believe that they were born in the wrong body. That just because they don't conform to stereotypes of their sex, that they were born wrong and need to have their puberty blocked on the opposite sex's hormones and even get surgeries. They're doing double mastectomies on girls in British Columbia as young as 12 years old. That's the youngest from just a few months ago. This is a child abuse scandal, and the whole ideology is a pseudoscientific, quasi-religious ideology that has no basis in reality. There's no such thing as a child born in the wrong body. And parents across BC are so tired of this ideology being stuffed down our kids' throats. Yet at the 11th hour in this campaign, there was nothing about parental rights being usurped by the government, being usurped by these schools. There was nothing about gender ideology spoken almost at all, except from some individual candidates. They put out a weak statement just last week after about 500,000 votes had already been cast, after they went silent for a few months. There wasn't a single word spoken in the debate about education, parental rights, gender ideology. And if they don't win tonight, I think that's their undoing.
Well, the Conservatives were last to release their full platform, and the language was somewhat ambiguous when it came to the education. One of the things they said they do is bring back letter grades, which I think most people are happy with. But you're right, even when they talked about critical race theory, they didn't really talk about it. They just kind of said something quite confusing about how nobody should be made to feel guilty. And so those that, like yourself and I, we know what they're talking about. They're talking about the anti-white, you're a colonizer and forever guilty kind of thing, but they didn't exactly put a name on it. And then with SOGI, they say that they would remove SOGI 123 and replace it with a zero tolerance bullying program. I like what you said there, because I think it's true that even if that happens, whether it's this election or the next election, and SOGI gets removed, that's just a start. And one of the other big issues, I think, is pride in schools. So you're right, SOGI is a program. It's how teachers are supposed to approach children who they believe are trans identified, even though they're not counselors or anything like that. But there is this whole pride worshiping that happens in wellness schools. It's a very political movement. For the month of June, many schools have hallways closed. Kids, I'm told, and I know even in my own family, have been refused from being able to make Mother's Day crafts, but then they're told to do a pride craft and guided in that. So what is the next step? If removing SOGI isn't it, what do you think parents need to do for addressing all of that stuff?
Well, first of all, we need to get a majority Conservative government, and they need to speak boldly about this. But the legislation is very simple. I've got 8 separate pieces of model legislation ready to go if we ever get a majority Conservative government back in this province. Because I work with large Conservative organizations all around the world. But the language should be very clear. There should be no teaching of gender identity or sexual orientation in school. Period. They shouldn't be having comprehensive sex education, which is coming straight down from the UN, through our governments, down through our school boards and into our schools. Because you can get rid of SOGI 123, but during puberty week, during sex education week, they're still going to be bringing in third-party companies like Salima Noon, which is the company used in British Columbia, where they're bringing in trans-identified adults to talk to your kids in grades 4 to 7 about how if they're not happy with their body, they can change their body. And the one reason this election that people were switching their vote NDP to the Conservative Party that I hear over and over all the time is because of gender ideology. Women are tired of being erased as a sex class. They're tired of men coming into their sports. But there wasn't one mention during this campaign about getting men out of women's sports. This is wildly popular. I've had tens of thousands of conversations on the street and at university campuses all around the world, but mostly here in British Columbia. And I get more than 90% support from all across the political spectrum. It's a tiny minority pushing this radical gender theory. And so this was just an easy win for the Conservatives. And they decided to chicken out because they're afraid of the media calling them bad names. It's absurd. This was how they were going to pick up the parents who were sitting on the fence. This was how they were going to create more enthusiasm to get people off the couch on a rainy day and go vote. But they didn't talk about it.
Well, and it's one issue that the left, the NDP, and the Green, and perhaps a coalition to come, are so out on left field. They always act like it's a matter of hate rather than common sense and protecting groups like women. What happened to women's rights? And for people who are just learning, again, I'm so happy that this election at least has shed a lot of light on things like SOGI and what's happening in schools for parents who are just busy and maybe didn't know all this was happening. But you mentioned women's sports and things like that. And in BC recently, I did a report where not one, but 2 biological males took the powerlifting medals home in a meet that was taking place in the BC Summer Open in Fort Coquitlam. And I just shared, if we can show it on the screen real quick, because this is new news that should have some light shared on it. And this is, so I want to get their name right, the group, the basketball group. So the W Series that is happening with the Vancouver Bandits. So they put on a bunch of meets. And what is interesting here is they're doing a meet. It's for women, adult women, and youth women to an upcoming tournament that's going to be taking place next month. And if you click on the image here, they go out of their way to say, we invite anyone who identifies as a woman or non-binary. So even if you present as a man or whatever, you're not even adopting or committing to women, you're invited to compete. And we know in Ontario, we saw not 1, not 2, not 3, but 5 biological males compete in the women's game for volleyball there. So this issue is getting out of control.
You know what, Drea? I know Canadians hate to compare themselves to Americans, and they like to complain about American-style politics. I don't know what that means. But if we look at Florida, 6 years ago, Ron DeSantis barely beat his competitor by just thousands of votes. It was 50-50. 4 years later, he won by 20 points because he talks like a normal parent from the year 2010. And he got gender ideology and sexual orientation instruction out of schools. And he got men out of women's sports. And he stopped this business of trying to change the sex of children. And you know what happened? He won counties that had been Democrat for decades. He overwhelmingly picked up Hispanic voters, Black voters, all the immigrant communities that traditionally voted Democrat. And now there are something like only 4 or 5 counties left in the entire state that went Democrat. And they've registered more than 1 million extra Republicans versus Democrats. So it's wildly popular. And we see this everywhere where people just speak up. You have the loudest voice in the world, J.K. Rowling. She is a lifelong leftist, a feminist, speaking up against this abuse on women's rights. Women don't like this. I was just in Victoria out on the street. And Molly Kay, who has never voted for anything but a left party in her entire life, she described herself as the most progressive person she's ever known. She was campaigning for Tim Thielman in Victoria, just because of this issue. So those votes were there for the taking, and they didn't take them. So look, it's still a positive development. I'm going to be in this battle for decades, I'm sure. This is a long battle we've been.
Well,
But
we
it
will
looks like
be
they're not
there.
going to get the majority because they need to pick up 2 more seats somewhere.
Right. Well, we will be there following your activism as always. Thanks for being on Rebel News.
Thank you, Drea.
All right. I think we are going to go to an ad and come back with Sheila while I adjust my audio.
Right now, I'm standing in front of a massive 47-foot long billboard alongside of Alberta's busiest highway, Highway 2. This thing gets 1.3 million monthly impressions every single month, and is spreading the word far and wide about the new Rebel News cruise. So if you're thinking about joining us in June 2025 to Alaska, act now because it's going to fill up fast. We're sailing on the Holland America cruise line, which means you can expect top-notch service and luxury while you're on board. But the real excitement, the special Rebel News only events. So what are you waiting for? Head over to rebelnewscruise.com, check out the cabins, see the details, and grab your spot before they're gone. I can't wait to see you there so that we can spend an unforgettable week with some of the best people on the planet, Rebel News supporters. Let's make 2025 the year we come together, have an amazing time, and keep fighting for truth and for freedom. See you on the Rebel News Cruise. Go to rebelnewscruise.com today for cabins and details. For Rebel News, I'm Sheila Gunn Reid. Okay, everybody. I'm not calling it yet, but I think it's all over but the crying. And so that trepidation that I was filled with at the beginning of this stream, it's still with me. Because 94 and a bit % of the ballot boxes, you got to refresh again, Olivia, are returned, and the BC NDP are still holding with 46 seats. 45 is 40, 46, 45, 46, whatever. They will form majority government, and they will have the support of the BC Greens, it sounds like. I think it's just there's not enough ballots left to flip. I don't think. I'm happy to be wrong. Look, guys, I'm super happy to be wrong. But as I said at the beginning, and I've said repeatedly, the fact that this party, which really didn't exist like 2 years ago in its current iteration, is very nearly formed government tonight, I think is miraculous, especially in a place like British Columbia. Okay, guys, British Columbia, who up until very recently, the prevailing sentiment in British Columbia is you could not win as a conservative. You had to run as a free enterprise right of center candidate under the BC Liberals, which became the BC United, which collapsed in on itself like a dying star. And from the ashes, the Conservatives were building before then, and then they just took whatever support was left of BC United. So the fact that looks like this right now, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, this is still a good news story, and I think this bodes very well for Pierre Poilievre's Conservatives in about a year from now. Olivia, I flipped you that map from CTV News, and this map I find to be quite astounding, but also very stereotypical of the Canadian political landscape writ large. If you want to go to that Vancouver City News link that I sent in the chat there, Olivia, if you wouldn't mind. Okay, look at this. We don't need to zoom in on anything. Just look at that. So that little strip of orange is in charge of the place, and the rest of the place is blue. Does it remind you of a map that we are currently living with right now, federally speaking, where this little blob of red on the other side of the country is governing the big blue mass on the other side? And then they don't understand why we feel like they don't understand us. The same thing is happening in British Columbia right now. You know, at least in Alberta, we've got a little bit of balance because, Edmonton's a write-off, as it tends to be. As Ralph Klein once said, it's a beautiful city with too many socialists and mosquitoes. That's an evergreen statement, rings true year after year. But the rural parts of Alberta always go blue. In Wild Rose days, always went Wild Rose, and Calgary is split. So that's how we keep getting conservative governments here. But that little strip of orange with all the ridings there, that's going to govern all those other people. So like in Peace River, in the 2 Peace River ridings, where the NDP, I don't think even still have cracked 1,000 votes there in either one of those ridings, those people who are so fiercely, overwhelmingly conservative, they're going to have their livelihoods and their industry governed by that little sliver of orange. That's just how it is. That's how it is federally too, right? Big blue mass in the west part of the country, governed by Montreal, Toronto, Ottawa. Poor British Columbia. Do we have any chats, Olivia? Anybody have anything to say? Do you guys have anything to say? What do you think about the turnout tonight? I'm not surprised. I knew it would be really close. As I said off the beginning, I'm always ready to be disappointed by politics and politicians. I still think this is a good news story. The NDP squeaked by the skin of their teeth and the help of the Greens. And I think maybe David Evy's last minute appeal to the Greens did some help. The Green Party leader didn't care for it, but I think he made that last minute this past week appeal saying like, look, the climate deniers are coming for us and you guys obviously aren't going to win. So don't waste your vote on yourselves. Vote for the BC NDP. I think some of that happened. I think because you can see the Green Party vote isn't as strong in some ridings as it has been previously. I know Olivia or Drea, she's just busy trying to fix her microphone. We are responding to your feedback in the chat that her microphone, her audio sources are wrong, and that may be the case too. Let's see. Dre just flipped something here 8 minutes ago. Did you guys talk about this with Chris? About the lawyers threatening legal action? Okay, let's talk about this. These people, these lunatics, trans advocate lunatics, were so fearful that John Rustad was going to rip SOGI 123 out of schools that they were already mounting legal action in the event that he was elected premier. This is from Castlegar News. Lawyers threaten legal action after BC Conservatives promised to remove SOGI. Oh, of course, lawyers against transphobia say John Rustad's plan to remove SOGI 123 would harm queer students. There's no such thing as a queer 6-year-old. You absolute weirdos. Anyway, keeps going. Barbara Findlay. This lady, I have come across her in the past. She is the most annoying Karen of lawyers that you'll ever meet. Look at the caption under this. Just to be prickly, this woman. Just to be annoying. And just so that she can always say, you spell my name wrong. You spell my name wrong. Barbara Findlay. Name spelt without capital letters. Why? I don't know. Probably something to do with toxic masculinity, but also just for attention and to be prickly. Is a lawyer of 40 years and a member of Lawyers Against Transphobia. I forget. One time I Googled why she had all lowercase letters, and then I remembered that I don't care. So I forgot. She's speaking on behalf of these people, and they said, when kids go to school, parents trust and expect the school to provide a quality education and a safe environment, not an activist ideology that could send kids down a dangerous path. That's John Rustad saying something completely normal. When you send them to school, you want them to learn and not be indoctrinated. And here comes Barbara with a lowercase b to offer a lawsuit. So they said, let's keep going. In an October 14th Lawyers Against Transphobia statement, They actually called the proposed changes illegal. They called his plans cynical, a violation of the human and equality rights of every student who has a right to safety in the classroom. These are 6-year-olds in some cases. Lawyers Against Transphobia are here to support the safety of all queer, trans, straight, and cis students in the BC school system. No, they have parents. Barbara with a lowercase b and a lowercase f for Findlay. They have parents that look out for them. They don't need some weird lawyer named Barbara Findlay to be their mom. Barbara, take care of your cats. You know what? Let's all figure out together why Barbara Findlay has a lowercase name. I'm curious again. She also goes by the lesbian lawyer for some reason. She's also the subject of a documentary. Let's look at her Wikipedia. In the 1960s, Barbara Findlay was admitted to a psychiatric ward against her will during her first year in university for admitting she was attracted to women. She has not yet convinced me she isn't crazy, because of how she's doing that thing with her name. She's a white, cisgender, lesbian activist lawyer with physical disabilities. Good grief. Anyway, I think it would tell me on here why she doesn't spell her name with capital letters. I remember having to look for it, but I think this is enough torture for all of us. Do we have Drea back yet? Unfortunately, no. I'm still riding this train by myself. Okay. Let's go and check out and see if anything has changed. Has anybody called it yet, Olivia? Do you know? So we only have 5% left of the ballots to report. So I think we might be looking at a BC NDP government. Even if that one riding that was going back and forth between the Conservatives and the NDP went back to the Conservatives, you've got the lunatic Greens holding the balance of power, and they know it. You heard in the concession speech of Sonia Furstenau that she acknowledged, even though she lost her seat, the BC NDP are going to be power brokers in the legislature. So, I mean, the BC Greens, I suppose, in a weird, strange world, they could join the Conservative Party and help them form government, but they're too radical and crazy. They're to the left of the NDP. So I can't, in my biggest fever dream, imagine that ever happening. Do we have Drea back now? I heard something. Not quite. It's still Sheila all by yourself. You know what? Maybe let's show a clip of John Rustad and what you people in British Columbia could have had from the debate to kill a little time till Drea sorts her audio out. Do you want to do that, Olivia? I know I just put you on the spot. Are you even there? Am I completely alone? Oh, thank God you're back.
Oh my gosh, sorry.
Thank God.
Can you guys hear me better now?
Yes, completely. Yeah.
Okay, good. But I do like what you were going to say, because I mean, it's still not called yet, but it's not looking good, as you know. Now, we talked about the green thing, but tell us what it's been like since Daniel Smith became your premier. Just a little bit. What could have, should have been?
Well, you know, her flagship piece of legislation last sitting was fighting with Justin Trudeau on everything. She's like, you know what? I'm making that law that I have to fight with him on everything. So that's the Sovereignty Act. And then this flagship piece of legislation that's coming up is the pronouns law, fairness in women's sports, and no transition for kids. It's been wonderful. Every time Justin Trudeau looks at us wrong, she's like, lawsuit time. She's very Ezra like that. And then now, you know, the protection of parents' rights. So no complaints here. And she's adding into our own Bill of Rights in Alberta, because we have the Alberta Bill of Rights. She's adding protection against vaccination discrimination, property rights, which we don't have as nationally, like federally. We have no charter protected property rights. In Alberta, we do. And she's entrenching firearms rights into our Alberta Bill of Rights. So she's giving us everything we want. So no complaints from me, just as long as she keeps her word. Otherwise, she's going to have a big problem with me. When she starts lying to us or becoming a Jason Kenney, we'll have problems, Danielle.
Exactly. Rebel News will be the first to let people know. Well, with the Conservatives, what shoulda, coulda, hopefully, maybe, still, I don't think so, but they were saying when it came to vaccine mandates, of course, they don't stand by vaccine mandates, but they were taking it a step further. They were saying they would actually be looking into how best to compensate some of the many British Columbians. I'm not sure if they were focused just on healthcare that were put out by vaccine mandates. Did Premier Smith say anything about that?
Sorry, say that again.
Did Premier Smith say anything about compensating some of the people who were fired and terminated? For example, in BC, there was over 2,500 health professionals that were fired, and who knows how many were retired or quit. And the Conservatives were saying they were going to look into actually compensating some of them. Is there any talk of that in Alberta?
I haven't seen anything on that yet. That doesn't mean that it might not, that nothing is stopping it from happening in the background. I know that one of Danielle Smith's first things that she did as premier, and even on the campaign trail, to say that she would immediately hire back those fired healthcare workers so that they would get their jobs back right away. I don't know if anybody has received compensation for their job loss, but I mean, she apologized. You know, thanks to a Rebel News question, she apologized. And for a lot of people, that's what they wanted. They wanted somebody to acknowledge that something wrong happened to them, that their rights had indeed been violated by the previous government. It was not her apology to give. It was Jason Kenney's apology to give. Well, where's that guy? Who knows? He just got to leave the mess behind, all these violated rights, and she's issuing the apologies. But for a lot of people, that was the healing thing they needed. And she did that. And then, as I said, it was not her apology to give. It's Jason Kenney's, but he's just gone off to some sort of lobbyist deal.
Well, the fact that Evie's NDP is still calling people anti-vaxxers, 4 years later, and referring to, like I said, John Rustad, who's triple vaccinated, as an anti-vaxxer. I mean, how many people know people who are not up to date on their so-called booster schedule? It's far too many to count. So I do think that's one area, whether they win or not, where they're just so out of touch with the everyday person that's saying, you know what, you're talking to most of my family at this point hasn't had more than 2 vaccines, and you're vilifying them like they're crazy. One of the things that was underreported when all of the smearing about Rustad referring to the vaccines as the so-called COVID vaccines was that Mr. Rustad has come out and said that he himself experienced heart issues after getting vaccinated. So that was definitely underreported, and we know a lot of people have. I don't know what we can say on live stream, but that information is becoming more and more out there. Still at 46 for the NDP, 45 for the Conservatives,
my friend
for the Greens.
My friend Chris Sims from the Canadian Taxpayers Federation is watching, and she's providing me updates from other sources. Because, as you know, she's a refugee from British Columbia to Alberta. She got out while the kitten was good. And she says that nobody has quite called it yet, which is interesting. And she makes a really great point. She said, imagine if the BC Conservatives existed a year ago the way they do now, it would have been a blowout tonight. People are just getting to know John Rustad.
Yeah, I know. It's almost like they needed 6 more months.
Yep, they did. Completely.
Yeah, and I think one thing the Conservatives should have had is they should have made John Rustad smile more. Because
not a smiley dude. Neither was Harper.
But, well, he's not a smiley dude. But when he smiles, let me see if I can find a picture. He's so adorable when he smiles. He looks like so likable. But there's a picture of him holding a beer. And I thought, if that picture was going around, I think it would have gotten more votes. I think it's actually pinned to his
that
profile.
is fun.
Do you see it? Yeah.
Yeah,
There
that's
it is.
fun.
That should have been the face that most people saw. And of course, you can't talk about 10-year-olds overdosing and things like that with a smile like that. But sometimes they should have said, John, you need to smile more. Kind of like, well, it's not like that, but you know how they did with Pierre Poilievre's campaign and ripped the glasses on, made him go to the gym and whatever. All they needed was for John Rustad to smile a bit more.
More of this. Yeah, more of this. This is fine. This is good. I'm still not used to Pierre Poilievre not wearing his glasses, though. He's like Milhouse. Like Milhouse on The Simpsons, where he takes his glasses off and then his eyes look like two little pea holes in the snow. I'm not used to it. I won't get used to it. I refuse to.
I bet you he's not used to it either. I mean, so many
he's
years.
probably
He's been in politics for so many years. He's always had glasses. And it's okay to be a geek. I'm okay if a geek runs the country as long as they're running it well. I don't care. But it is true. We do know that Trudeau is or has been popular with the ladies, and sometimes it's come down to the man's hair. So I guess they're onto something. The socks and the hair.
I guess nobody's calling it yet. Hey, I'm gonna go.
No, they're not calling it. Are we able to see how close some ridings were that were called? Is that possible? Or
yeah, you can see it on that page.
Well, that's what typically happens. Like I said earlier, they said, oh, it should be wrapped up very quickly because of the technology. But I think when ridings are so close, and when it's so close, it's hard to call it.
Yeah,
I can't see that quite as good as you can, Sheila.
Right, and like there's some of these ridings where they don't have all the ballots in yet, like Juan de Fuca, they don't have that all in, and they're only separated by like 40 votes. The NDP have,
well,
40. Yeah, the NDP have that riding by 40 votes, so it's real close to some of this.
It is, and can you imagine being those MLAs where it's that close? The tension must be so thick. But the one thing that when we talk about how even if the Conservatives had, one seat ahead, how the NDP could, be a coalition with the Greens or something, at least the Conservatives would be able to pick the ministers and things like that. And perhaps the public would maybe, if they pay attention now, seems like they're paying attention more, be more aware of some of the issues and the other side of the story, because that's really what we've been seeing happening in the legislature since the Conservatives came out. Chris Elton talked about it, Billboard Chris talked about it a little bit more, how he said when they first started, when it was just Rustad and then Bruce Banman from Abbotsford crossed over, former mayor, and it was just the two of them. I mean, they were blowing up the legislature. I think some of the stuff that they were saying, if you looked in the background at the MLAs, I don't think they knew anything about it. And of course, it was all true. So those conversations, since the Conservative Party has come in, have been happening. That's something. And again, I think MLAs would be wise, whether they're with the NDP. I don't think the Greens will shift, but with the NDP, they would be wise to really say, okay, that was too close for comfort. I've got to, at the very least, not be so actually extreme in my views when I'm coming out against people. Everyday people.
There's like Surrey City Center, that's within 40 votes.
Wow.
And the NDP are holding, it looks like the NDP are holding that right now with 40 votes. So there are some ridings that are real close for the NDP that will likely go to recount if they're within 100.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling through to see some of the closer ones.
So we're back. I can't see, but this picture that was sent from Dave, who's up with us late. Thanks from back east.
Dave.
kudos to Olivia and Dave and whoever else might be tuning in from back east. Now you guys know a little bit how it feels for me out in the west here with the early morning meetings.
Morning
that are
calls,
10 a.m. Yeah, 10 a.m. for you guys, 7 a.m. for me.
Yeah.
There's a running joke about my husband snoring in
We
the
can hear him.
background of our morning meetings. It's just my husband snoring when we get on.
Yep.
Okay, but yeah, that photo, I guess that photo's wrong that we're looking at. Did the Conservatives slip back up? Sorry if I'm putting my ugly mug so close to the screen.
This is
that old?
no, yeah.
That's an
Is
old
that
one?
old? Yeah, it might be. I'm just, I mean, either way.
Yeah, they can't call it quite yet. Heather Moss, again, I mentioned her, one of the brave former school trustees who isn't running or isn't a school trustee because she's been campaigned. It looks like she got her seat with quite a bit ahead of the NDP. Now, Heather Moss was on that board with Barry Neufeld. I actually have another report coming up with Barry Neufeld because unfortunately he's always in trouble for standing up for protection rights for kids. But he was on the board. It's such an interesting board if you guys don't know that story, because at one point up until the last election, it was like half really brazen conservative type, that would speak about the issues, and then another half that are just so far left, like there was no middle ground. And in the last election, Barry Neufeld and the others on the Conservatives were all voted out, except for Heather Moss and I believe one other, but out of the outspoken ones, Heather Moss. So she was kind of like a lone ranger there. And to see that she might, have left there and now, sort of moved up in politics, I can only imagine what the chair, Willow Rachel, and the vice chair, her buddy, which is Karen Bondar. If you don't know who that is, this is a lady who is swinging naked on a wrecking ball. And I don't know if your kids are watching, I can't say it all. She is the vice chair of the Chilliwack School Board. And, so I'm sure they're having a bit of a heart attack to see that their MLA may be their former colleague, Heather Moss. So that's kind of funny.
Well, and you know what? It shows you what's going on in Chilliwack at the school board there. Really shows you how we must start paying attention to the school board election. Who pays attention to the school board election? Nobody really has up until very, very recently. You probably couldn't name your trustee, right? But that's where all the craziness is coming from. And Chilliwack is a conservative area. Both ridings in Chilliwack went conservative, but the school board is full of lunatics. Why? Because we don't pay attention to the school board election. Paid attention to the school board election, it would be more reflective of the votes, provincially, federally, but it's not. We don't pay attention. And it's real easy to put the school board to get involved.
Well, and now that people are paying attention there, they're just censoring them. Anytime someone goes there and says anything, which is usually about SOGI related kind of things, like one grandma went there because there was a field trip and she was worried about her grandchild having to, room with a boy who's identifying as a girl. They just mute the mic. They ask you to leave. And other school boards in BC have now changed it. They're not having in-camera sessions where you can see them or anything like that anymore. So things are getting more arbitrary, but you're right, people are paying attention more.
All right, maybe Olivia, maybe we can go to a clip from the debate from John Rustad, just while we try to kill time waiting for the election to be officially called. Want to do that? Did Olivia go to bed and just leave us in charge? What is happening? Okay, here we go.
There's no question when you look at this crisis of overdoses and drug addictions in British Columbia, it is horrendous what is happening here. Last year, just over 5,700 people died in Canada. Close to half of those were in British Columbia, 2,500 people in British Columbia alone. Clearly what that means is the policies in this province are not working. If you look at any other province by any other measure, they are performing better than we are in British Columbia. So we need to take a different approach. We need to make sure that we bring an end to decriminalization and safe supply. We need to bring an end to this, to the government being a drug dealer, quite frankly. What we need to do in British Columbia is build out recovery. And yes, you're right, there is significant investment that's needed, and we're going to make those investments. Everything from doctor-prescribed treatment to short-term recovery to longer-term recovery and to involuntary, compassionate recovery. These are things that need to be done. We're going to build out this capacity. But I'll tell you the story of Christian. Christian, who was a 13-year-old, and when he was first addicted and not told by his parents did everything they possibly could to try to get help for him. He eventually passed away when he was 28. And when I talked to the mom said, I asked the government to try to help me and they refused. They didn't even answer the phone.
I guess we lost Drea again? Probably.
She's I was going to try to sneak a bite of the edamames that have been sitting here since I got.
No, I've been eating pepperoni, so I'm with you. I don't know how people who can live in Vancouver and see the social decay in Vancouver and then just continue to vote for the government and the policies that make it as bad and then worse. That just boggles my mind.
Well, I think it's a few things at play. Sheila Orr mentioned it about the unions. We see how powerful the unions are, and they are hand in hand with the NDP. They are not nonpartisan. We saw that very clearly during the, not the past one, but the year before, the 1 million March for Kids. 93 cities came out where parents were speaking against gender ideology. And what did we see? A leaked video came from Culture Guard, showed how the unions are definitely nonpartisan and how they were strategizing, in particular one from Ontario, about how to best intimidate parents to do things straight out of the Antifa book of going and finding their license plate and showing up in force to fight this American far-right extremist that's leaked over, as they always say. I mean, that is who the unions are, and they are intense. So I think a lot of conservative people, they're ready for change, and we see that by these polls. We can see that. But I think the vigor and the drive of the NDP when they sort of get hell-bent on something is pretty powerful. And then the other thing is, I think that people no longer know what they stand for. I think sometimes people are just looking to be told what they stand for. And if you're that type of person, whatever the headlines say is where you're going to go. That's where you're going to vote. It takes a little digging now. It takes people actually going and having critical thinking. In fact, I don't know if it's still pinned, but a little fun post. It's like my favorite thing. I think it was posted up until Election Day. But I asked ChatGPT, believe it or not, if you wanted to get out of the matrix, what would you do? I asked ChatGPT if it was a human. Oh, here it is. So I'm going to play it because I am just fascinated by this. And I think you will too. So let me put it. There you go, Olivia. But that's what's missing. Even our children, they're not being taught critical thinking. They're not being taught to look outside of the box. So when you have all this information, all this propaganda coming to you so fast, as soon as you go in your hand, as soon as you scroll on something, that's going to have effect. But yeah, this is very interesting here. If you look at that, it's a video. So if you actually play it, people can actually kind of read along. Give me a second, I can find it again. Okay, I'll read it. So yeah, I asked ChatGPT, if you were human, what would you do to break out of the matrix? And it says, number one, seek independent information. Relying on diverse sources of information, especially independent or alternative media, can provide perspectives that mainstream outlets might not cover. Thank you. Thank you very much, ChatGPT. It's about comparing viewpoints to understand biases. Educate myself broadly, saying read books, watch documentaries, and having a broad understanding of history, philosophy, psychology, critical thinking. Of course, that's huge, and I think we're losing that in society. I think it's collective thinking now. To prioritize that type of thinking over the other type in order to understand the different narratives and explore philosophy. And when it got to technology, the robot is telling you this, to be mindful of technology. While technology offers convenience, it can also create echo chambers, and that is happening in politics and reinforce certain narratives. So very interesting. I thought that was fascinating. But that is what's happening. There are big echo chambers, and a lot of people feel like they can't vote a certain way for some sort of moral reason that I believe was handed down to them from the mainstream narrative in most cases.
Ooh, I don't mean to yawn on air, but it's getting late.
It is. Sorry, guys. So what should we do?
Sorry,
What should we do?
No, let's just keep going. There's I don't want to. We've come this far, Drea.
I
Let's
know.
just white knuckle it right to the bottom of the hill. As my friend Chris Sims points out, there are a lot of ridings that have 2 ballot boxes left to count, and it's been like that for a long time. It's just now it's starting to go really slow when you see the percentage dwindle. Like it's been a half an hour to tick up 1%. So we're almost there. We'll get there together.
Oh my gosh. I just can't believe how close. I knew it was going to be close, but not like this. My goodness.
Yeah, it's
here's a fun post. Let's share whatever Dave just put in. It looks pretty fun.
Dave is fun. It's a fun post. The lady in the background for this entire interview.
I'm loving the lady in the background that contently ate her piece of pizza for the entire segment as she stared off into space thinking, she worked hard on that campaign. Oh, that's funny.
Are we able to? Oh God! You know what? Be mindful of where you are in the frame of somebody else's camera. That's the lesson there. But I don't think Olivia can pick that up. She said she couldn't get it to work for her.
Oh, she couldn't get it up. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear me better now, though?
Much better. Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay. I don't know why it decided to turn on me last minute. The other thing. My husband is here. I don't know. He should know better than to distract me during a live, and especially it's not even in her home, and he has been distracting me. But he had good reason, because for this we got wireless headphones, and I kid you not, while I was bringing everything in and setting up, I lost them. I don't lost them. So he's been panicking and searching this whole time, and he just signaled that he found them. Found them. Where were they? In my car somewhere. Maybe they dropped while I came out, but that's good.
Oh wow. Oh well. You know what? Do we have another clip or two from the debate while we try to wait till the ballot boxes tick up to 100%? You know what? What about chats? Where are you, chatters? Start chatting.
It's like they're depressed.
Say something funny.
I think they're
Entertain
depressed.
us.
They're just as depressed as the crowd here. The crowd is, again, just talking amongst themselves.
Remember when David Eby's awkward sort of Tim Walz stand in the middle where he's like, during that debate? It was very strange. Anyways, let's roll this clip.
Yeah.
When we were all rolling up our sleeves to get vaccines to protect vulnerable seniors from COVID-19, when Bonnie Henry was working night and day to keep us safe during the pandemic, John Rustad and his candidates were providing donations to people who were protesting outside of hospitals, anti-vax convoy members. He's still an anti-vaxxer. He appeared in front of a group of people that called the so-called COVID vaccine. You said you wish you'd never been vaccinated. And then when someone said, do you think that public health professionals should be tried like Nazi war criminals? You said, well, we wouldn't do that in BC, but we would support an international effort to do that, John. It's embarrassing. I wouldn't fire Bonnie Henry. I'm trying to hire you and your family, a family doctor. We've connected 250,000 people to family doctors. We've got so much more to do. But if you think that we'll be safer in our province with someone who doesn't believe that vaccines work in charge of things.
Thank you very much, Sachi. The reality is I'm triple vaccinated. The reality is in British Columbia, I also promoted and supported people getting vaccines, especially for seniors. especially for seniors in our communities. I was supportive of that. However, I am not anti-vax. I am anti-mandate. I believe that people should have choice. It shouldn't be thrust upon them and forced upon them or coerced to be able to take a vaccine.
You never know which John Rustad's going to show up.
Sure.
Okay, when he's talking to his supporters,
Mr.
he says, I regret getting the vaccine tonight. Now he's proud to be
I'll explain that to you if you like.
You never know. You never
I
know
don't
who you're
expect
gonna
that these
talk
two are door knocking, but I am.
What the hell is Sonia Furstenau even doing in that debate? They're talking about vaccines, and she's like, I'm out door knocking.
Well, you know what? I look at that as perhaps she wasn't going to play that game. She didn't kind of jump on the bandwagon. I will give her that. She didn't do a whole lot of smearing. She focused on their issues and their cause throughout the debate consistently. I just shared, if we can play it, it's my one of my favorite parts of the debate. The straws.
We want to get rid of things that suck.
Yeah, I love it. Can we show that little clip?
We just need to get rid of the stuff that sucks in BC. Paper straws suck. I'm sorry, we've got to get rid of those. It doesn't work for people in BC. You know, there's a little meme I saw where there was 2 lines of white powder, supposedly cocaine, and a plastic straw, and the bottom sign said, one of these is illegal in BC. And that to me tells a great story in terms of David Eby's British Columbia.
He's still an anti-vaxxer. He appeared in front of a group of people that called the so-called, you called it the so-called COVID vaccine. You said you wish you never.
Yeah, let's get rid of things that suck. He just says it so plainly. But here's a little not so fun fact for all of us paper straw, not suckers, consumers, because you ended up eating some of that stuff. They actually contain something that puts them together. The reason why they're holding and lasting as long as they actually do is actually not good for you. These glues and dyes, I put a little article if you want to put it up. But there are some things into it. The thing that's holding it together, these glues and these dyes can dissolve in the drink and be harmful for your health because it's glue. It can also break down into microplastics. So they say they're getting rid of plastic. You're just eating microplastics. Paper straws are often coated to improve their water resistance. The coating has been found to contain toxic perpetual chemicals. So typical green causes, they tell you everything is better, you know, like your e-cars, and then you've got the poor slaves putting the batteries together and things like that. It's all a sham. It's all a lie.
Yes. The Conservative Party of Canada actually has a petition to save plastic straws. And they have a bill before the House of Commons. It's a private member's bill, Bill C-380, to let our food stay fresh longer and more affordable, while also letting Canadians choose what products, including plastic straws, work best for them. It came up at committee that the paper straws are actually toxic for you. Yeah.
Oh, did it? Well, that's good that it's coming up. One of the issues that, of course, I would like to see discussed in the election, and of course it wasn't, it rarely is, was the burning churches and the attacks on churches. That I didn't hear any of that brought up, especially since the church burning spree did start here in British Columbia. And shouldn't say, I'll be correct here, correlated or timed right after the false claim that there were 215 children's remains. People are just not willing to go there. I think in politics, for the most part, the Conservatives are finally talking about it. But I just feel like that is such an issue for Canadians that started and is grounded in BC, and they're still holding on to it so strong. Our Law Society recently just had a vote between voters, which was also neck and neck, almost 50%. And believe it or not, they voted to keep in their training the lie alive. Most of the ones that showed up, just over 50%, I'm forgetting the exact total, voted to keep the training that says 215 bodies were found in there. So, I mean, that is scary when you talk about our lawmakers keeping that alive. When we know to date, not a single body has been discovered. Still not called. People are looking a little bit restless.
It's and we have like 4% and a bit left to count, so we may as well. We've been here this long. May as well just keep going. But yeah, I mean, the residential school discoveries, two things can be true at once, and that's the problem with this whole thing, is there's no nuance. You can simultaneously say residential schools were bad, but this thing didn't happen the way you said it did.
Exactly.
And so if you say, I would like someone to put a shovel into the ground, please, all of a sudden you become a denialist, a residential school denialist. If you would like a little bit of evidence to these claims, when there are a lot of people saying, yeah, I don't think it was, I think bad things happened, but was there a mass killing that happened there?
Yeah, no one's denying.
Probably should present evidence.
Yeah, no one's going around there denying residential schools. And they're not. I haven't come across anybody denying that bad things happen to them. But you're right. If you say anything to the contrary, then that's where the problem comes alive and things like that. No, let's not forget how much money, millions upon millions of dollars for, I would say probably it's been a ton. Every reserve that came out and said, every nation that came out and said, hey, we've got bodies, that's so much money, taxpayers' money. So I don't think it's out of line to say, hey, can we have some actual evidence of this? And not to mention, it is good news. It is good news not to find a nefarious grave of children. That is a good thing. That the few who have actually stuck a shovel in the ground are not turning up what they thought.
Is that a clip from Cosmin? Okay, you know what? Can we play that? Cosmin Georgia, who does great work over at True North. He's a great, great investigative journalist.
He's BC based as well.
Yes, he is, and he has had the unfortunate task of watching the other networks to see what their coverage looks like, because the kid has taken one for the team. So let's look at what he discovered when he watched, what was it, CBC? CBC News. CBC News covering the BC election. And guess what? They don't have nice things to say about conservatives. And look at the surly bunch on their panel. Good gracious. Learn how to smile, people. Okay, let's go. Let's watch this.
How politically divided do you think BC is right now?
Well, it's interesting to see the BC NDP doing not as well as expected in Surrey and Richmond in particular. And that's basically where they're losing this election. I know it's still tight, but in terms of where they underperformed, you can look at those two regions specifically. If you had given the BC NDP the opportunity to form the perfect political opponent in a laboratory 6 months ago, they would have given you a party very similar to the BC Conservatives. They would have given you a leader that perhaps is not that charismatic, perhaps has some climate change denialism, some vaccine skepticism, has pandered to conspiracy theorists. Maybe their front line would be not that well-known BC Liberal MLAs, and then the rest of the party would be rounded out by basically internet trolls. On top of that, the BC Conservatives did not have a get-out-the-vote strategy. They didn't really have voter ID systems. I mean, this was a party that really did not have the same amount of resources as the BC NDP.
They're that terrible, and they are very nearly forming government. Okay, jerk. And that comment astounded me. He basically said the BC Conservatives were the perfect anti-party to the NDP. They sucked in all manners. They were full of conspiracy theorists, trolls, not well-known people. Well, if they are all that, then that just shows you how much people don't like the NDP. Because if the BC Conservatives were truly that bad, how did they get this close to the NDP?
Exactly. And again, people are just tired. They're tired of the names. They don't care. BC it's broken. There's so much wrong with it that enough is enough. And for those of you who are like, why do they keep saying climate denier? We touched on it a little bit, but I didn't really give the background. John Rustad, when he was with the BC Liberals, now called BC United, simply retweeted a tweet that goes against climate alarmism. But do you know who that tweet was from? It was Patrick Moore. Yeah, Patrick Moore. Okay, the former co-founder of Greenpeace. So how do you get in trouble and be? Of course, the mainstream media never tells anybody that because that wouldn't make any sense. Wait, you're calling him a climate denier because he retweeted a post from who started Greenpeace? Well,
Yeah,
of course they don't
saved the
explain.
whales.
Yeah, he saved the whales. So you have these people doing it, and actually, I'll share a clip here that we can show of just how far they take that climate denialism, and not to mention, John Rustad has mentioned many times. He says, "I know that climate changes because it changes."
But look at this tweet from
and then
Patrick Moore. Patrick Moore just tweeted the weather data. And all he said was the weather data doesn't support what you're saying. And so he tweets, instead of just saying there's no real change in the weather, he actually showed you that there's no real change in the weather. And that makes him a climate denialist.
Exactly. And look how far some of the NDP supporters are playing it. Let's show the video of what I just shared in there. This is actually, I think it's the Conservative president catching one of the NDP supporters upset about so-called climate denying John Rustad. Is it working?
Stop vandalizing windows. Stop vandalizing windows. Private property. Have you on camera vandalizing windows? Not appropriate. Private property. You can't vandalize windows. You can you're entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion. You can't vandalize windows. I'm sorry, what did you just say? You're entitled to your opinion. You can't vandalize windows.
Well, I'll face the consequences, unlike people that deny climate change.
Got it.
That guy thought he was so smart, unlike people who deny climate change.
Like everybody's going to be, yeah. But that's the type of vigilantism we've been seeing. We mentioned Chip Wilson, the founder of Lululemon, and he put up the signs. One of the signs, the first one that got so much attention, was referring to the NDP as communism. Well, of course, their supporters came out and vandalized those signs almost immediately. And I was just looking for my report, where I'm just driving down the street, or the highway, I should say, minding my own business on my way to cover the Chip Wilson report, actually. And I came across, I don't know, maybe you guys can find it. I'm doing this with my left hand because I'm trying to have you guys hear me on this hand. But I also, in case you guys haven't seen it, spotted people in action vandalizing signs as well.
Yeah, it's wild. They just feel so entitled to just go and damage your signs and do it right on camera. Look at these two. They look exactly how I suspect they would.
That's the Twitter side.
You know what? There's a reason why they're called stereotypes, and it's because they're largely true.
Well, and I'll give you an update. I was going to do a little, okay, I found the video, but I do have an update on this situation, which I haven't gotten a chance to report on yet. But here, I found the video if we want to show some B-roll or show some of it, but it was quite a funny interaction. But you should know also, I think it's probably obvious who I voted for. I did have a sign up, a conservative sign at my property for a whole of 2 days before somebody stole it quite quickly and took it off. So I heard that had happened. I don't see that John Rustad is at least out amongst the people quite yet. He must be in a back room just biting his nails. But if we can show a little clip of those guys, then I'll give an update on the sign vandals.
Hi, guys. Why are you destroying the signs again?
Because why not?
Drea Humphrey here with Rebel News, and believe it or not, I just think I witnessed a crime. I'm going to go ahead and report it to the police. But before I did that, bring the news first. I actually pulled over to do my best to capture it for you. In fact, it's an attack against Conservative Party of BC
MLA candidates for the upcoming October 19th election. Let's talk about it. So, as soon as I saw a man ripping up the signs and his accomplices handing over the signs, taking them down, and the lady dancing in glee, I decided to safely come over here, park my car, and get out and ask them what the heck they think they're doing. Well, a photo of this female caught red-handed has been released in an effort to help identify these individuals. Rebel News has opted to blur her identity for the purpose of this video in case she is a minor. Additionally, I'm sorry in advance for my filming. For safety reasons, I did not feel comfortable holding the phone directly in front of my face, so I did my best. Can I ask you why you ripped the signs up? The conservative sign?
Because
they're only actually allowed to have one sign up.
Yeah,
and
the
they
legislation says they're only allowed to have one sign per group.
There's actually a sign right over here that
I'm going to ask you again, why did you destroy the property?
I personally did not destroy anything, and it's not.
I actually watched you guys. I drove by and circled back. So how about telling the truth?
That is the truth.
What's the deal here? So you ripped conservative only.
Yeah.
Those are 3 different candidates that are up.
Indeed, that's the same group.
Can I ask your name?
No,
How come?
because I don't want to share my name.
No. So you
That's
guys,
all right.
you, is this some sort of vigilantism? You just go and destroy property
I have the right-
of
It's not
candidates?
property. That's not property. It's on public property. It is a vandal sign.
Okay. Do you have the right to vandalize a sign?
That is not vandalism. This is the sign themselves. The signs themselves are vandalism. This is a vandal sign which is installed against city bylaws.
I watched what you did. I just want to know why you think you're legally entitled to destroy the
it is.
property of a candidate.
This is not the property of a candidate. This is installed on public property against city bylaws.
In case you're wondering, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. As mentioned, the election signs were along Lougheed Highway, which according to the province's policy manual for supplemental signs means election signs are permitted alongside the highway on a per party or per candidate basis. And let's not forget, he left 2 of the NDP candidates.
Well, yeah, you don't have to watch it all, but it's so funny. So it's not funny, but it is. He claimed that he worked with BC United. So I have found, thanks to all the tips that have come in, I have confirmed a couple of things. I do know the individual's first name of both of those people that were in it. And I have forwarded that to the RCP. They say they're taking it seriously. Who knows? And he did volunteer, I'm told, with BC United. So he wasn't totally making that up out of thin air. And it seems like he is one of the disgruntled. Maybe he leaked the media. No,
Well,
I don't think so.
you know what then? If he was a volunteer, he's probably a door knocker sign guy. So he knows that he was just making that up. Like,
Yeah,
he knows you're not allowed to wreck signs.
Exactly. It's all making that all up. But it just shows, I think that typically, of course, it's not all the way across, but conservatives are people of law and order. They don't want the NDP signs vandalized, and I'm sure there's been a couple of them over the time. But for the most part, we saw a landslide of this happening to conservatives. I think it was Chris Sankey on Haida Gwaii was waiting for brochures. I think it was him, and he's like, "Where's my brochures that I ordered? Where are they?" And they found them all in the dumpster, which implies it's the actual mail person throwing them out. Many candidates saw their signs thrown out and things like that on the Conservative Party. So it does seem to be one-sided. The leftist has so much issue with people having a differing opinion. I miss the days when it wasn't that case, especially liberals. It wasn't that case before. This is a newer thing we're seeing. It used to be many people didn't care or follow politics, and when they did, they were okay having this open discussion and debate. It wasn't so heated. And I think that that's one of the big things that under the Trudeau government and in BC, the NDP government has been so problematic. We are so divided under these leaders. They have to have some ownership in how divided we are as a community and people.
Yeah, I mean, it's now become a moral failing to see things differently politically than somebody else, right?
Yeah.
It used to just be I would say that you were wrong, not evil, but now you're wrong and evil.
Yeah.
I just found this interesting graphic. I guess that's what they do with the money that they take from Justin Trudeau. They spend it on making interesting graphics. It's on the Global News link, Olivia, that I just dropped to take a chat. Okay, so look at this. You can toggle back and forth between 2024 and 2020, which is the last election. And so look at the Liberals. Remember when the common consensus in BC was you couldn't win as a conservative. So there was no such thing as a conservative party. You could only run as a free enterprise, right of center candidate under the Liberal banner, which then became BC United. But even if they only took home 28 seats, running as this watered down version of what free enterprise looks like. But in 4 short years, the party has really been only around for 1 year, like fulsomely for 1 year. 45. And we're seeing that all across the country. Once you give people a real conservative option, articulate the conservative ideas without being afraid, all of a sudden you'll see a surge in support. We're seeing that federally. It happened in Alberta. It's happening in BC right now. It's happening in Saskatchewan. Blaine Higgs, hopefully he wins. We're watching that very closely. But once you start giving people an actual conservative alternative, they will vote for it. And that's something that Erin O'Toole had not figured out ever. Anyway.
No. Yeah, you're right, and that's what we're seeing there, and that's really the hopeful message. I think is as much as we talk about how politics have become moral, in some ways they have become moral. I mean, I won't get into it, but I think the left is losing it in so many ways when it comes to moral, common sense issues. And if they continue in government, that bar of what is moral and what isn't is going to keep continuing. So it is really encouraging to see what's happening in far left British Columbia. To see that it's this close is remarkable. And how fast the momentum went on. It's kind of like the trucker convoy that came out of nowhere. It's like this party came back from the dead. And you're right, you can't be a watered down conservative right now like the BC United was. That time is done because things are so polarized. People, they need to know where you stand, especially on key issues. When you are ruffling the feathers of the everyday person who's so busy and they really don't even normally, they want to go back to when they didn't care too much about politics. When you're ruffling
the problem is even if you don't care about politics cares about you, and it'll come for you. So you have to be involved, you have to be engaged. You can't just say it's not something that affects me, because it affects you. But I'm hopeful that I don't see the numbers changing. I really don't.
Yeah,
but we'll hang on for a bit here. But what I hope is that this surge in BC conservative support, like half the province now is conservative.
Yeah.
And it's just a little orange strip in a big blue province right now.
Yeah.
Hopefully that, and I'm never hopeful. I shouldn't be as optimistic, but a wise politician, and I'm not sure David Eby is one, but a wise politician would moderate himself, because the province is divided, the conservatives are surging. He can either moderate himself and realize that he's got to govern a province divided now. He has to be the premier for everybody, where he can be more as radical as he wants, knowing that time's up for me in 4 years. He's not going to get another chance. So it could be okay, it could be bad. Like look at this. Look at this image here. It looks like the map of Canada, where it's blue everywhere and then just red in charge of everything. It's the same thing in British Columbia right now.
Wow. And I think you're right about what David Eby should do, but I wouldn't hold my breath.
Exactly.
He is so far. I would say he has very extreme views and approach. That's what I say. I know I'm saying the same thing he says, but he doesn't seem to back down on any of this stuff. And not to mention, let's use Dr. Bonnie Henry as an example and his approach to that. Many people don't like Dr. Bonnie Henry, and it's no longer just about what she did in COVID, being the last jurisdiction in North America, pretty much the whole world, to drop the mandates on the healthcare system when we're desperate for more workers. Oh, it looks like Rustad might be doing his speech. I think she might be the president. I might have said the wrong name before.
Can we find another feed of this, Olivia, so we can put it on?
An honor of a lifetime to be the president.
Okay, Olivia's going to find a feed so you don't have
she's
to
the
listen
president.
to it.
Before I said Angela was, I got that wrong.
See what's happening. Wonder if John Rustad's coming out to concede.
Lift this party from just 2% of the popular vote and 0 elected MLAs last election to now being on the doorstep of forming government. Now I know we were all hoping for a particular outcome we are hoping for a particular outcome in the coming days or hours, days, but it is important to remember that regardless of that outcome, this election was a historic achievement for Conservatives across British Columbia. I want to take a moment to thank all of our incredible volunteers, those on riding associations and campaign teams across the province, whose hard work and commitment to this party delivered this result for us today. Your enthusiasm and dedication has been beyond inspiring. To our candidates, both those who were successful and those who came up just short, thank you for taking on so much responsibility and sacrifice in service of your province, and for taking time away from your work, your friends, and at least not your families. Each of you should feel so proud of the communities you built in your ridings, which in many cases was from the ground up. Lastly, I have to thank our central campaign team, which is made up of Conservatives from not only BC, but across Canada. To our policy team, you are all brilliant, and your research and writing was impeccable, even with countless sleepless nights. The tour team, you are, without a doubt, the best in the country. To our communications team, you put on a clinic in how to effectively communicate politics and set a new standard for Conservative campaigns. And our data team, while I may never understand exactly what you do, you have accomplished things on this campaign that we have never seen before. To candidate support, your patience and dedication to candidates was admirable and critical to our success. And lastly, the Get Out the Vote team, your professionalism, flawless execution the past week or so was so critical and led to an incredible turnout of our supporters. I have been blown away by how talented, intelligent, and hardworking each of you are. We will forever be grateful that you saw the potential for something historic in BC and you put your lives and your work on pause to help Conservatives put on the best campaign this party has ever seen. And now to the man who led us here.
Okay.
And without him, none of this would be
Find a feed.
He is not your everyday politician.
I could just take the phone over there if you guys want me to.
He is like most British Columbians. He wants a
Do you want me to do that?
Fiscal responsibility and working for you. For the past 2 years, working alongside him, he has been a source of boundless energy and optimism. He has worked tirelessly to build and grow this party from the political wilderness to
its best performance in nearly 100 years. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please make some noise for the leader of the Conservative Party of BC, John
Drea.
Wow, what a night. Thank you guys for being on it. How does it feel now to have Conservative Party walk in British Columbia? No question, this has been a historic night. This has been a night where we have seen the political landscape in British Columbia change forever. And that's all because of you, because of the work that you guys have done and your support. So I just want to start by saying thank you to everybody who's been part of this Conservative Party in British Columbia. When I was first asked to consider taking on the leadership of the Conservative Party, big question, I said, wait a second here, this party is at 2% in the polls. It hasn't elected anybody in almost 50 years. It hasn't formed a government in almost 100 years. But I looked at it, and thicker, I started going around the province, just jumping in my car, driving around with my chief of staff, and we would go and start meeting with a few people. And we'd have a couple people in here, maybe 4 people over there, maybe a dozen people in another community. And everywhere we went, we heard the same thing. People were hungry for common sense change in British Columbia. And that momentum kept growing. Every time we went, meeting with a few people. And we'd have a couple of people in here, maybe 4 people over there, maybe a dozen people in another community. And everywhere we went, we heard the same thing. People were hungry for common sense change in British Columbia. And that momentum kept growing. Every time we went to another location, we came back to the location, we'd have more. We'd have double, triple, quadruple the numbers that would come out. People from all across the province saying, you know what, I actually think we've got a shot to do something here. And that belief kept growing. That belief right around this province kept building to the point today now where we now have the strongest Conservative Party that this province has seen in 100 years. And the beauty of this is a grassroots movement. This is just people that the salt of the earth, the hardworking, everyday people in this province that have stepped up to the plate and said, yes, we can do things different. We can envision a province that can bring hope and prosperity for people across the province. That is what we've been trying to do as the party. That's what we have brought forward. And that, quite frankly, is why we're seeing us still neck and neck with the NDP. And we have not given up this fight yet. We are going to keep pushing hard. And I believe strongly that this is what happens when you stand on values. This is what happens when you stand on principles. You put it out there, you say, this is their vision. This is what we can do for a province. This is where we can see our youth being able to build a future. And that is where I think we have gotten our strength. And I tell you something, we are so close right now. There is just a couple of seats that are just within 20, 30 votes that could very easily flip for us. There's still votes yet to be counted, and I am optimistic that the people in this province I'm optimistic that the people in this province are hungry for that change. And I can tell you something, what we have seen to date, because of the work that we've been doing, because of the pressure that we're putting on this government, think about it. They flipped on the carbon tax. They flipped on decriminalization. They flipped on involuntary care. They flipped on a whole bunch of things because they could see the damage that was being done. But I bet you this, and I'll say this right now, that if we have the unfortunate situation of David Eby being in a minority government, he will not do a single thing that he has promised. And that is something I'm almost guaranteed. And as the Conservative Party of British Columbia, if we're in that situation, we are going to make it as difficult as possible for this NDP to do any more destruction to this province. We are going to continue this fight. We are going to continue this fight over the next days, over the next weeks, over the next months. If we have that honor of forming government, I can tell you something, we still are not going to give up. We're going to fight every single day to try to make sure that we do everything we can to improve the lives of people in this province. People are counting on us. People are counting on the hope, on the opportunity, on the vision of what can be a British Columbia, a prosperous British Columbia, not one, quite frankly, that is in a welfare state that it is today. That is what we are going to continue to fight on as the Conservative Party of British Columbia, certainly now and over the years to come. And I can tell you something else. If we're in that situation of the NDP forming a minority government, we will look at every single opportunity from day one to bring them down at the very first opportunity and get back to the polls. This is too important for the people in this province. It's too important to not give or to give up. It's too important to not keep fighting. People, the one thing I've heard and that really gave me strength throughout this entire campaign is the people coming up and saying that we were giving them hope. We were giving them hope to be able to stay in this province and build a future. And to me, that's what has really struck to my heart. That is what has driven me, and I know that's what's driven our candidates, that hope that we can actually do something big and bright and better in this province. So we're going to continue that, and I want to just say this to all of our candidates who stepped up to the plate and who ran, thank you. You took a chance on us, you put your name forward, you gave us your time, your energy, and you did us proud right across this province. And we have now elected already the largest number of Conservatives in BC's history. But I tell you something, the candidates didn't do it alone. It was the volunteers that helped to make it work. And everywhere I went around the province connecting with the campaigns, the volunteers came out, they were part of it, they just did an incredible job. And I can't thank the volunteers enough that took part in this campaign. You have really done this proud. You've done our province proud. Most importantly, though, you have done this party and you've done our hope, just spreading that hope for people. So thank you so much to our volunteers. I tell you, without it, we would not have been able to do anything that we've done here today. You know, from day one, when I was kicked out of my former party, for daring to stand up for my riding and the values that I believe should be that we should fight for in this province, there's a person who really stood with me and helped me all the way along, and that was my Chief of Staff, Azim Jawani. He is somebody who has been working behind the scenes tirelessly and has done a tremendous amount. Thank you so much to Azim. And I have to laugh because in August of 2022, after I found myself as an independent, I sat down and Azim said, hey, we've got to meet with Angelo. We've got to meet with Angelo Isadora, who is the one of the he was the campaign manager for us in this campaign, but he's one of the executive directors of the Conservative Party. And he said, let's have a conversation with them about what they're doing with the Conservative Party. And that's where I got to really know and understand the work that Angelo had done, along with Connor Gibson, the other executive director. And I tell you something, those guys, along with the team that was part of the Conservative Party, all the volunteers at the time, because we had no money, we had nothing at the time. And so they just did an incredible job building up something that could actually be used in this province. So, taking a party from absolutely nothing with no money and putting us in this situation today has been a remarkable job. And it's the people that were behind it, that working at the party, that just, a huge thank you to them. They have done such a remarkable job to bring life into the Conservative Party of British Columbia. And I could tell you all the stories that went on, but it would take way too long. The stuff that happened behind the scenes as the party grew, all the growing pains and stuff. And it took a very strong president to make sure that to hold the ship going in the right direction, to keep things happening. So, Asia, thank you so much for the work that you did. Tremendous amount of work by a good lady. The whole team has been just remarkable to work with, and I want to take a second just to thank the team in my riding, in Chaco Lakes. I only got to spend one day, or even half a day, I should say, during the campaign in my riding, and they fought very hard to make sure that we won that riding. And so a huge thank you to Nathan Giddy and the whole team up in the Chaco Lakes for the work that they did. And last, I want to call my wife up here. Kim, come up and join me on the stage. Kim has been an incredible rock for me, supporting me the whole way through. And a matter of fact, I wouldn't be doing this here if Kim hadn't actually talked me into this. She really did an incredible thing. She pushed hard. She said, you know what? If you're not going to stand up and do this, who will? And she pushed hard to say, it's time, we need to do this. We need as a family to do this sacrifice, to do this work. And I'm very proud of Kim and the work that she's done and the support. It's been absolutely incredible. So Kim, I love you, sweetie. Thank you so much for everything. So all I can say is this: we are going to carry on this fight. We are going to fight every single day here. This election is not over. We have an opportunity still to form government in the Colorados of British Columbia and bring common sense change to British Columbia. So thank you once again. And I tell you something, I really look forward to the work ahead. We will make sure that the Conservative Party carries forward in this province as the next dynasty to be able to provide good government for British Columbia. And whether we have to wait 4 years to do it, it doesn't matter. We are going to carry on with this fight one way or the other. And my hope is that sometime next week, we're going to be in a different situation. And that's only because of you guys. So let's carry on. Let's carry on with the fight, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
All right, there you have it. The BC Conservative leader, John Russell.
So that was not a concession speech. That was, we're going to wait just as long as it takes for us to figure out exactly what's going on in some of these ridings. There are two ridings that are very close. I think about a 40 votes separate the NDP, which are holding the seats, from the Conservatives. And as we said off the beginning of the show, anything under 100 votes usually goes to an automatic recount. Some of these might end up as judicial recounts because they're just that close. John Rustad not conceding, saying that it could take up to, what did he say, midweek next week to actually know who won the election. It looks like exactly 1% separates them in just the bulk votes, but of course, that doesn't matter. It's where the votes are. And right now, the BC NDP are in the lead. And God help us all if they form a coalition government with the Greens, as was the case in 2017, which, as I pointed out earlier, cost the Alberta and BC governments, the people of BC and Alberta, billions of dollars in resource revenues. So let's hope that doesn't happen. But it's just nice to see that John Rustad is saying, no, we're not giving up. Fight on. Let's actually figure out what happened here. So that is a kind of a happy, hopeful result. And I just refreshed again, Olivia. Maybe you didn't yet, but still not yet at 100% of the ballots to be counted. It has moved like 2% in the last hour. Why so slow? I thought Dominion was there to save us, but these election results are not moving in any faster than the old-timey ways, right? But they're going to tell me it was just so super fast. Be instantaneous. Well, what's the holdup now? Dominion, what's the holdup now? Where did Drea go? Is she filming? Is that what she's doing? Wandering around filming? She could be doing something. Okay, maybe she's going back to her spot. Do we have any more clips from the debate that we could show while we wait a little bit longer? I know Olivia's approaching. Okay, she's approaching 10 seconds. Maybe we'll bring Drea back on and we might just sign off for the night. It is very late for Miss Olivia behind the scenes there. It's 2:17 in the morning for her in Ontario. And I don't know if we're going to know anything anymore tonight. I mean, we might get to 100% of the votes counted, but I think some of these are going to an official recount. So we might not know anything tonight, tomorrow, or days from now. So John Rustad did not give up. So we'll just see how it goes. Olivia, do we have something? Any chats? Oh. Drea said she tried to catch John Rustad as he got off the stage, like a good, intrepid Rebel News reporter, but didn't happen. She's back at her spot, so maybe we'll just bring Drea back on. Drea, are you there, good friend?
Yes, I was right there at the front, and I tried to catch him. Of course, he was being sworn, and then they ushered him very quickly into a back room with his wife. But yeah, you heard the speech. He said he's not going to get up, and he alluded to the fact that they perhaps are going to be making sure everything is counted properly, because he said maybe something will happen in the next week.
Yeah.
So, but it is remarkable that they got as far as they did. It just would have been nice if they got a few more seats. I think 3 to be exact, right?
Right, 3. Yeah, I think some of these are going to end up, of course, in official recount. Some of them might even end up in judicial recounts. Who knows? But he's not giving up. I was worried that he was going out there to concede. I was very worried. I was texting April Hutchinson, and she's like, I think he's got it. I'm like, I think he's going to concede, but he didn't, which was good. I don't think we're going to know any more tonight, frankly. We might.
No.
We're getting close to 100% of the votes counted. On my screen, it says 97 3/4. But I don't think it's enough to flip those 2 ridings that are very, very close. I think we should probably wrap up here in the next 10 minutes so that Olivia can get home before 3 a.m.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Olivia. Sheila, you too. It's midnight for you there. You don't have all the electricity in the room like I do as well. But yeah, oh my gosh, this is too close for comfort. But
What's the attitude of the room? Are they just dejected? It doesn't seem like they're dejected at all. Like I was
there's
there
a lot of
the night.
smiles.
I was there the night Stephen Harper lost in 2015,
Oh.
and it was sad. Like they all sort of knew going in that they were going to get 99 or 100 seats. They knew.
Yeah, there's nobody.
But it was sad.
There's nobody on their knees screaming like that woman they always show about Trump. There's lots of hugs. There's lots of smiles. Of course, it looked like everybody really liked John's speech. I thought it was a little cute when him and his wife came out and did the hug, and he said that she's the reason that he decided to run, because there was a while where he was sitting as an independent, if you recall, after he was kicked out. He didn't just hop over to the Conservatives right away. I think a lot of things had to go in motion before he finally said, okay, I'll take part in this crazy idea that perhaps it's possible. And boy, was it ever possible. It's so possible to the point that you never know. Who knows what could happen in a week, although I think, sadly, we have another NDP government. So what do you think is going to happen? What typically happens when something is so close? Do they keep the same leaders both ways for Conservative and NDP?
Probably. I think there might. I mean, David Eby, how long has he been leader? Not long.
Yeah,
Adrian Dix was your last leader.
2022, I believe.
Yeah.
If I'm not. No, our last leader was John Horgan. Adrian Dix was a while back.
He was before. Yes, right.
Yeah. So, so I think it was 2022 when David Eby came in, and they say that he was selected as premier because the candidates against him kept dropping like flies. That's not funny. I should cry. but I mean, Adrian Dix. Oh my gosh, don't even get me started.
So 2022. Prior to that, he was the minister responsible for housing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this is a loss for him.
No.
Because sure, I mean, the NDP were in real danger and continue to be in real danger of not forming government. But the Conservatives were surging. So do they want a new leader? I don't know. Probably not. And I don't think that they are the Conservative Party is going to jettison John Rustad. He took them from literal nothing into nearly forming government.
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty shocking unless he says he's done. He's done his long terms. He used to be the minister of, I believe, Aboriginal Affairs.
Yes,
I might be saying it wrong. And that was one of the other things that they went up. They tried to say that the party is against the Indigenous people. Well, he always hits back with that by saying that when he was in that position, that he signed, I think it's 435 agreements with First Nations to help move them along. And when I interviewed him about that, he said that's the most that any minister has ever done. So it's like, how could you possibly be anti-Indigenous or whatever name they come up to describe that at this point?
Right. You know what, Drea? I don't think we're going to know any. Oh, you know what? Should we hang on until we have? Well, if Eve, maybe. I don't know if he's going to speak. Do we know if he's going to speak?
Well, they shut off. I don't think anybody cares to hear what he has to say.
I'm not sure I do either.
Yeah.
I'm going to look at Global News BC.
We can let you know tomorrow. We will put it up tomorrow for you, or maybe even later tonight. I can put it up on Twitter or something like that. But I think this is it for now, everyone. My goodness.
Yeah.
Thanks for being a part of the show, for watching. And of course, thanks our producers as well. Sorry.
No.
A little one there. Thanks for Olivia, like we said, 3 a.m., Sheila, midnight, and everybody else who joined us. This was BC's 43rd general election, and it looks like more news on that to come in the following days.
Yeah, it's been exciting. I started off not hopeful, not optimistic. I remain not optimistic, but it is an absolute accomplishment for this party to come from nothing, from nowhere, to be a very strong official opposition, if that's how this ends up. But it could end up with, the Conservatives winning those 2 seats. We don't know. This was supposed to be a done deal a lot faster than it was. This was supposed to be like, we're supposed to know instantly. And we cannot manage to count all these ballots for some reason. So I don't know.
Oh, man.
I don't know. You know what? I think we're going to wrap it up. Olivia, thanks so much for working so hard, working so late. Drea, thanks for your coverage from on the ground. And you did so much work behind the scenes to line up all the guests, to schedule out the guests. You're dealing with tech issues. And, I just appreciate the work that you're doing. And you were able to get into Conservative HQ last minute when that was not actually the plan. And I'm so glad you did.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah. Thanks to all of our sponsors who allowed us the opportunity to share their message with our viewers and everybody who gave us a chat to. And I'll give the last word to you, Drea, so you can wrap it up.
Yes, I don't want anybody falling asleep on us, but let us know if you haven't already in the comments what your thoughts are of what happened. An unprecedented election by all means, not just for British Columbia, but for the Canada as a whole. And I think it shows quite the foreshadow for our federal election coming up. If the Conservatives did this good in British Columbia, what does that mean for the Poilievre contender? Thank you so much again to the producers, to everybody behind the scenes. I know Dave said he's going to brush his teeth. You guys are real troopers. And my lovely co-host, Sheila Gunn Reid. Till next time at Rebel News.